live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio.
United Nations General Assembly, and our best wishes of success in his tenure of office. We also thank his predecessor, Ambassador Sabah Korosi, for his steadfast leadership over the preceding session. Excellencies, trust and solidarity form the bedrock of a functional multilateral order. 78 years ago, the United Nations was founded with the aim of preventing future global conflicts, promoting international cooperation, and maintaining peace and security among nations. The lessons of history are clear. Unwavering commitment to meaningful cooperation and dedication to global peace and security are essential to enhance human existence and prevent the recurrence of past tragedies. As the challenge to global peace, security, and prosperity takes on new dimensions, the lessons of the past become even more relevant. The world stands at the brink, facing conflicts and wars and human-induced disasters, while countless people continue to struggle for a decent existence. Disunity and distrust threaten to paint a bleak future, void of hope and possibilities. Overcoming this predicament demands that we find common ground amidst division. As we gather here today at the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, we are confronted with the urgent need to rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity in order to accelerate action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals. Only through collective action can we achieve the vision of a better world for all. At the heart of our discussion lies the 2030 Agenda, a transformative blueprint for sustainable development. It serves as a roadmap to eradicate poverty, promote human rights, protect our planet, and ensure that no one is left behind. Yet, as we review our progress, it is evident that we are falling short of our targets, and the global pandemic has further exacerbated the challenges before us. Now, more than ever, we must renew our commitment to the SDGs and take decisive action to fulfill our promises. We are lagging behind. At the midway point of Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, it is crucial that we accelerate our joint efforts to make transformative advancements on the SDGs. The latest SDG report paints a somber picture of lost progress or regression on over 30% of the targets, with vulnerable countries facing inequality, poverty, hunger, and environmental degradation. Addressing these imbalances and advancing the SDGs can only be achieved through collective action. To accelerate action on the SDGs, we must prioritize implementation at all levels. This necessitates the alignment of national policies, plans, and strategies with the objectives of the 2030 Agenda. It requires robust institutions capable of driving progress and delivering results. It demands innovative financing mechanisms, as well as increased investment in sustainable infrastructure, technology transfer, and capacity building, We must foster an enabling environment for entrepreneurship, innovation, and inclusive economic growth, while also addressing the root causes of inequality, poverty, and environmental degradation. Furthermore, we must harness the power of partnerships. The achievement of the SDGs requires collaboration between governments, civil society, the private sector, and international organizations. By forging strategic alliances, we can leverage resources, expertise, and influence to catalyze change. South-South cooperation, in particular, holds great potential for knowledge exchange and mutually beneficial development. We must also reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism, as the United Nations serves as the cornerstone of our collective efforts towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability. Excellencies, Seychelles, through processes like the African Peer Review Mechanism and the Voluntary National Review, seeks to consolidate gains from prevailing political and socio-economic successes. We stand ready to share our experiences and strengthen cooperation with other countries. However, rebuilding confidence in the SDGs requires transforming words into concrete actions. Firstly, development partners must deliver on the Addis Ababa Action Agenda by scaling up financing and means of implementing the SDGs. Secondly, international institutions should embrace reform to ensure that the unique needs of vulnerable countries are considered in access to development financing. Seychelles firmly believes in the critical importance of adopting a multidimensional vulnerability index that fully responds to the needs of small island developing states. Thirdly, we need to leverage effective financing mechanisms such as impact investments, public-private partnerships, and debt relief to yield greater results for development agendas like Agenda 2063 and the forthcoming outcome of the 4th SEEDS Conference in 2024. The Secretary General's SDG stimulus aimed at transforming the global financial system is commendable, and international financial institutions must collaborate to support our collective ambition for a sustainable future. Redressing these imbalances and advancing on the SDGs will only be achieved if we work together. If we are to make progress on our development agenda, we can no longer call what we are facing climate change. The point at which lives and livelihoods are lost with frightening frequency due to environmental disasters means that we are living through a climate crisis. Addressing the climate crisis is no longer optional. It is an immediate necessity. To quote the Secretary General, the era of global warming has transitioned into an era of global boiling, and leaders must lead to limit the rise in global temperatures to 1.5 degrees. Seychelles is committed to renewable energy and energy efficiency. But as a small island developing state, we lack the capacity and infrastructure to develop these solutions fully. OECD and G20 countries, as major emitters, must take decisive actions to lead in combating climate change. The establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund is a positive step, but its operationalization is crucial to compensate those most at risk. Nature-based solutions, exemplified by Seychelles' pioneering of blue bonds and the blue economy, showcase the potential for sustainable development. Transparent ocean governance offers opportunities for development and environmental protection. In this context, I pay tribute to the bold actions of SEEDS such as Bermuda and Tonga, which have purposefully moved to harnessing wave energy as feasible solutions to independent and clean energy futures. Seychelles will continue the same ambitious approach as we assume the presidency of the SEEDS DOC from Tonga. Furthermore, the SEEDS Coalition for Nature, launched by Seychelles, Belize, Cabo Verde, and Samoa, is mobilizing support for ambitious biodiversity targets. This is clear evidence that SEEDS continue to lead by example, doing more than our fair share to alleviate the pressure being exerted on our planet. It is through such trust-building cooperation that we will obtain impactful outcomes, as demonstrated by the recent adoption of the High Seas Treaty. Excellencies, to achieve the SDGs and ensure peace, prosperity and progress and sustainability for all, we must embrace the interconnectedness of our world. Climate change knows no boundaries, poverty respects no borders, and the quest for peace requires a collective effort. Seychelles, as a nation uniquely positioned amidst the vast Indian Ocean, knows firsthand the significance of global cooperation in addressing climate change, ocean conservation, sustainable development, and maritime security. Seychelles remains committed to its pioneering role in marine conservation, protecting vast areas of our ocean and marine ecosystems. But we cannot succeed alone. We call upon the global community to prioritize sustainability, transition to clean energy, and preserve our ecosystems for the prosperity of all. Last but not least, as we rebuild from the pandemic, we must do so with an unwavering commitment to inclusivity. No one should be left behind. We must invest in healthcare systems, education, and social safety nets that guarantee the well-being of every citizen. We must promote gender equality, empower youth, and create opportunities for marginalized communities. Inclusivity is not just a goal. It is the cornerstone of a just and equitable world. Excellencies, to conclude, rebuilding trust is paramount. Trust is the foundation on which nations cooperate, and it is through trust that we foster meaningful partnerships and collaborations. We must rekindle trust among nations, between governments and citizens, and across various sectors of society. This requires transparent and accountable governance, bolstered by an unwavering dedication to the principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. By doing so, we can restore the faith of our people and mobilize their active participation in the pursuit of sustainable development. Our success hinges on global solidarity. The challenges we face are interconnected and transcend national boundaries. No nation can solve them in isolation. Therefore, we must strengthen our bonds of solidarity, cooperation, and mutual support. This includes sharing experiences, knowledge, and best practices, as well as providing assistance to those most in need. The principle of leaving no one behind should guide our actions, ensuring that the most vulnerable among us receive the support they require. Let us rise above our differences and work together for a better world. Rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity is not just an option, it is the only way forward. Together, we can accelerate action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals, creating a world that embraces diversity, respects nature, and ensures a future of peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Seychelles for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellency Denis Francis, President of the General Assembly, Excellency Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This year, the World Health Organization declared that COVID pandemic is no longer a global health emergency. Recovery is well underway, but unfortunately, the starting line was not the same for all of us across different regions. This year's SDG Summit has once again raised the alarm about slow pace of SDG implementation, and I commend the Secretary General for the sharp focus he is bringing to this issue. Developing countries are constrained by a debt crisis, including higher costs of borrowing. This is causing economic disparities to widen and slowing down our collective progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. The primary cause of this crisis is high interest rates in developed economies in order to correct for years of quantitative easing. At the same time, developing countries face exaggerated risk premiums for both currency and political risk, which are simply unjustified. We need serious cooperation to address this. In developing countries, we also have a responsibility to be accountable for the quality of our financial governance and the management of our natural resources. Increasing access to finance also requires reform of our global financial institutions. In this regard, we welcome the proposals of the Bridgetown Initiative, as well as the Paris Summit for a new global financing pact. Rwanda also supports the second replenishment of the Green Climate Fund to create the fiscal space for vulnerable nations to tackle climate change. Africa and small island developing states, many of which are represented in the Commonwealth, want to work with partners and be part of the solution. That is an important outcome of the recent African Climate Summit held in Nairobi under the leadership of President William Ruto. However, we must not only cool down on climate, we must also cool down on conflict. Today, there is no sign of ongoing conflicts ending anytime soon. We do not even see hope from those with the most influence that an end is in sight. Innocent lives are left alone to carry the burden of this instability. That is a profound injustice. The migration crisis is a case in point. Every year, migrants and refugees undertake dangerous journeys in search of a better future. Rwanda remains committed to working with partners, including the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, to contribute to a durable solution. This decision is informed by our experience and knowing firsthand the pain of losing everything and not having a place to call home. That is part of our promise to leave no one behind. We continue to need a more effective forum to manage global crises. That's why the United Nations was created in the first place. However, that does not absolutely absolve any country or region of the responsibility to address the governance shortfalls which are the root cause of instability. In this regard, I welcome the Secretary General's report on a new agenda for peace. Bilateral interventions, to which Rwanda contributes actively in various places, can provide a rapid response to a crisis situation. But to have a lasting effect, the need to pave the way for multilateral engagement and international political progress. No matter the amount of troops deployed, the mindset should be to get results which serve the interests of the people on the ground. Paying lip service to peace and getting lost in process and formalities only serves to confirm the selective attention of some in the international community. We still have a long way to go. Africa urgently needs to be fully represented in bodies where decisions concerning our future are made. Just as urgently, Africa must be fully prepared to speak with one voice. Ultimately, a more effective development cooperation framework must give equal weight to everyone's needs and priorities. That is what builds fair and equal partnerships and a more just and peaceful world. That's what we all claim to want, even as we too frequently fall short. In that spirit, allow me to commend the United Nations Development Program, led by Akim Steiner, for the Timbuktu initiative to strengthen the African startup innovation ecosystem. This week, the International Telecommunications Union, led by Doreen Bodan Martin, together with UNDP, unveiled a major new initiative on inclusive digital public infrastructure. Rwanda is very happy to be associated with these efforts, which show the United Nations at its best. For Rwanda, the source of our solidarity comes from our commitment to never allowing a repetition of the tragedy that was inflicted on us nearly 30 years ago. We continue to remain grateful to all who have accompanied us on our journey as we plan to commemorate the genocide against the Tutsi for the 30th time in April 2024. To conclude, I look forward to welcoming leaders at the third United Nations Conference on landlocked developing countries, which Rwanda will host in June 2024. I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Rwanda for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikos Christodoulides, President of the Republic of Cyprus. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Nikos Christodoulides, President of the Republic of Cyprus, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, on the 26th of July 1946, in San Francisco, our predecessors pledged to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind. To unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. To settle their international disputes by peaceful means and refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. These pledges were the promise of our predecessors bestowed upon us for the future. The UN Charter, ladies and gentlemen, is a promise, not a reality. If we are complacent in our actions, the words are not worth the paper on which they are written. The horrors of the Second World War, which began in Europe and consumed the world, brought nations together. We, assembled here today, must live up to the obligations prescribed in the UN Charter to proclaim never again. Make no mistake, we bear responsibility to ensure the world does not drift into the horror of war. This is our mandate. Do we have the courage? Do we have the resolve to make peace our top priority, to honor the foundations of the United Nations, and to assure its continued relevance? Our predecessors harbored an admirable sense of their own personal accountability to the future. I believe it is that sense of personal responsibility from the individual that underpins the idea and the reality of a United Nations throughout the world. Our predecessors also knew that the path to peace would be challenging. They had the resolve, the deep belief, the knowledge that it will require the ability of all people to come together to make peace a reality, so that their children and the generations to come, so that our children today will not be scarred by another world war. But they also had the greatest of all impetuses. The world, the leaders that came before us inherited ashes, not institutions. They had no choice but to look to multilateralism, to international law, respect for the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of all states. Today, as we stand on the shoulders of our predecessors, we remain accountable to deliver on the vision of peace that sparked the creation of this resilient organization. Will we be worthy and equal to the challenge? Can we act with a sense of urgency without which we too will fail? Excellencies, as a historian by training, I believe adamantly that history serves as an invaluable compass as the most valuable source of lessons. More than 7 decades following the establishment of the United Nations, the war in Ukraine has shaken the world. It reminds us that never again is a rallying cry, a sacred promise that is fragile and one that we need to protect with all of our resolve. Cyprus condemns in the strongest terms any breach of international peace and security effected through military action by any state against the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of another state. We stand on this instance of violation of international law and on every such instance on the right side of history. Since the very first day of the aggression against Ukraine, the people of Cyprus, a third of them still displaced as a result of foreign aggression against their own country, have displayed solidarity with deeds, not just words, to the people of Ukraine. We do this because we remember. We do this because it is the right thing to do. Excellencies, we call for the immediate cessation of hostilities and encourage the parties to engage in constructive dialogue and negotiation. The world must support this effort not only because history demands it, but also to ensure the world steps back from the edge of a war that could reduce this institution to rubble. Mr. President, the invasion of Ukraine is not the first instance that use of force was used against a sovereign nation in Europe following World War II. Just like Ukraine, in Cyprus, the UN Charter and international law continue to be violated. In 1974, Turkey invaded Cyprus and since then, 49 years on, occupies European territory. And its people, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, continue to suffer the consequences of invasion, occupation, and division. They are deprived of their fundamental freedoms and human rights. Europe, which decades ago witnessed the worst horrors humankind has ever committed against self, remains fractured as long as Cyprus is divided. Born in 1973, only a few months before Turkey invaded Cyprus, I have witnessed my people mourn, persevere, rebuild forever with a burning desire for peace and reunification. The invasion violently displaced hundreds of thousands of Cypriots, and Turkey continues to occupy approximately 37% of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus. The families of the missing persons desperately await for information on the fate of their loved ones. The enclaves stoically await the end of the division. One of the lessons we are reminded of by the recent invasion of Ukraine is that in the absence of lasting, viable peace, the resulting fragility can lead to destabilization with far-reaching consequences, not just for the country concerned, but for the region to which it belongs and for the world at large. Ukraine has exemplified in the darkest manner that a threat to peace somewhere is a threat to peace everywhere. In the absence of a peace path and process in Cyprus, there is a serious risk, and one that we have seen materialize in the recent past, of further violations of international law, which create instability and with ramifications well beyond Cyprus. We have witnessed the Turkish military forces perpetrate further violations in Varosha, defense area of Famagusta. Since 1974, Varosha has been held hostage and rendered a ghost town, contrary to UN Security Council resolutions that call for its return to its lawful inhabitants who left their livelihoods, their dreams, and their hopes between those fences. We have witnessed in our maritime zones, and we have witnessed more recently in the buffer zone, where attacks on UN peacekeepers by Turkish forces horrified and alerted us again to the urgency of peace in Cyprus. That is why the resumption of negotiations, firmly anchored on the agreed framework, is my absolute priority. The current status quo cannot be the future of Cyprus. It cannot be the future for Cypriots. As President of the Republic of Cyprus, I believe in peaceful coexistence because despite growing up in a divided country, I also grew up in a country filled with hope or reunification, to stories of all Cypriots living together in peace, united by the land they shared. The new generation of Cypriots is also eager for peace, and that gives me hope and courage. Ahead of my journey to New York, I received a plethora of messages from my Turkish Cypriot compatriots, particularly from the younger generation, calling me to exert every effort to reunify Cyprus. My message from this podium to my Turkish Cypriot compatriots, to all Cypriots, is that I hear their call for peace. I understand their concerns, and I assure them that I will spare no effort to make our common dream of reunification and peace on our island a reality. And I want to be able to tell them that the world, the United Nations, the living words of the UN Charter also hear their call for peace. Excellencies, I stand in the General Assembly for the first time, fully aware of the responsibility that has been bestowed upon me to do my utmost to safeguard the future of the Cypriot people, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots alike, who want to end the division of their country, to coexist and to co-create. Working towards peace in Cyprus is my absolute priority, and I want to take today's opportunity to also send a personal message to President Erdogan. There is not and never will be another basis for a settlement of the Cyprus question to that dictated by the UN Security Council resolutions. Dear Mr. Erdogan, illegality stemming from invasion, aggression, and the use of force cannot be recognized. Cyprus and Turkey are neighbors bound by geography. Peace in Cyprus will send a resounding message of peace in a region and a world that desperately needs it. It will also change the geopolitical map of our neighborhood with a ripple effect in Europe, the wider Eastern Mediterranean, and throughout EU-Turkey relations. Gunboat diplomacy and strong arm tactics belong to the past. They are not the tools of visionary leaders. This is our time to bring the UN Charter to life, a charter of peace between and among us. No one stands to gain from conflict and division. We and the generations that will come after us stand to gain from dialogue, from good neighborly relations. So, Mr. Erdogan, let us work together by a vision of peace. Let us build a brighter future for our countries through dialogue and respect for international legality. Ladies and gentlemen, in this great hall, we all feel the weight of history on our shoulders. The great women and men who have given us this organization and institutions expect us to strengthen them, grow them, and to take personal responsibility for their future. I'm here today with clarity of purpose and determination. The sole effective medium to address this risk of instability generated by the absence of a peace path is to pave one, to foster dialogue through which positions and concerns of all sides can be addressed and discussed in good faith. I stand ready to negotiate boldly and courageously on the Cyprus question in good faith, always within the agreed UN framework that call for a bizonal, bicommunal federation with political equality as defined by the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. At a time when international legality is under attack, international law, the UN Security Council resolutions must prevail. I'm committed to negotiating a settlement that will safeguard the fundamental freedoms and human rights, the interests of all my Cypriot compatriots, Greek Cypriots, Turkish Cypriots, Maronites, Armenians, and Latins, all equal. A comprehensive settlement that will allow them to prosper in coexistence and peace, free of any anachronistic dependencies and system of guarantees that have no place in a European country. That is why resumption of peace negotiations based on the agreed framework, preserving the acquis of the previous round of negotiations, is essential. As the UN Security Council has resolved, it is high time for the United Nations to become a driving force of dialogue by appointing, as a first step, an envoy on the Cyprus problem to explore and prepare the ground for the resumption of negotiations. The United Nations and its Secretary General have the responsibility prescribed in the UN Charter to act as a catalyst for peace in Cyprus. In doing so, it can be facilitated by the European Union, which also has the tools necessary and which has expressed its commitment to deliver so as to reunify its last divided member state. Just like the United Nations, the European Union is also a project of peace. The Union can and must act decisively with all means at its disposal to drive reunification of its last divided member state, and in doing so, contribute to peace in Europe, the wider Middle East, and indeed the world. Distinguished delegates, the theme of this year's General Assembly focuses on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. The achievements of the SDGs requires universal efforts and transformative solutions. Climate emergency and climate change know no borders. On our region, the Eastern Mediterranean is especially vulnerable in this regard. The raging wildfires and the floods during the summer are a somber reminder of the fact that we are failing to act at our own peril. We have regrettably all observed nature's wrath from the storming countries of our region and in countries such as Libya, in which thousands so tragically lost their lives. To this end, Cyprus is actively participating in a new international climate change initiative to address the specific needs and challenges countries are facing in our neighborhood to advance mitigation actions. The Climate Ambition Summit taking place today is a critical milestone in confirming our collective political will towards achieving the transition to a climate-resilient global economy. At the same time, recognizing that human rights are essential for lasting peace and sustainable development, we must ensure that they guide the solutions to our challenges. The International Human Rights Agenda is a priority policy for Cyprus, and it is exactly for this reason that we announce our candidacy for the Human Rights Council for the period 2025-2027. As an European Union member state, we are committed to action against gender-based violence, and we have also joined the Secretary General's Circle of Leadership on the prevention of and response to sexual exploitation and abuse in the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1946, Winston Churchill declared that the dangers and difficulties in establishing conditions of freedom and democracy and permanently preventing war will not be removed by closing our eyes to them, nor by a policy of appeasement to aggressors. What is needed is real action, and the longer this is delayed, the more difficult it will be and the greater the dangers will become. Cyprus is at the crossroads of Europe and the Middle East, in part of the world that is no stranger to conflict and instability. We are, however, convinced that the Eastern Mediterranean and the wider Middle East are changing the narrative of being a region in turmoil. We can become a hub of stability, peace, and cooperation, an exemplar of the change capable in the 21st century. Cyprus seeks to act as a facilitator for this common vision and has come together with its immediate neighbors, with Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Palestine, and Greece, building a solid network of cooperation that is underpinned by a vision to make the Mediterranean Sea a sea of peace, cooperation, and prosperity. We shall continue on this path of multilateralism anchored on respect for international legality, and we call on all countries of the region that share these values to join us. This is, after all, the essence of the guiding principles that founded the United Nations 78 years ago. Peace. I come before you today asking for us all to work together toward peace. It is nothing new or groundbreaking, but it's a world-changing, and we need to remind ourselves every day that it is within our reach and our responsibility. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cyprus for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Haile Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Haile Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Your Excellency, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Namibia congratulates you on your brilliant election as President of the 78th session of the General Assembly. Allow me to use this opportunity to pledge to you the commitment of Namibia to support the priorities you have set out, namely peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability. Namibia would like to thank your predecessor, His Excellency Shapa Korosi, for steering with diligence the work of the 77th session of General Assembly. Let me state that Namibia agrees with Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who a few months ago said, quote unquote, unless we act now, the 2030 agenda will become an epitaph for a world that might have been. Therefore, the theme of this session, quote, rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, progress, and sustainability for all, is fitting. With the onset of COVID-19, the number of people living in extreme poverty rose for the first time in a generation. It demonstrates that the fact at midpoint to the global goals, we face the stark reality that we will miss our goals and targets. This 78th session serves as a clarion call to reset and to work in the true spirit of partnership for better results on the ground. Indeed, the world is in a state of flux, and progress is uneven. Taking cognizance of the interconnectivity between all the goals and targets, we should accelerate investments in healthcare, renewable energy, education, clean water, and sanitation. The terrifying gap between wealthy and the marginalized is not just a moral concern, but also a threat to political stability and harmony. We are therefore duty-bound to create an environment where prosperity is shared and is inclusive. In our collective pursuit of the 2030 Agenda, Namibia looks forward with hope and optimism to the Summit of the Future next year as an opportunity to prioritize meaningful reforms that can reinvigorate the global goals to give impetus to the broader system-wide UN reform agenda. Namibia also welcomes UN 2.0 and a quantum of change, aiming to provide the United Nations family with the cutting-edge capabilities in data, digital innovation, and expertise in order to deliver better and effective member state support to accelerate development. Mr. President, the health of a nation is a bedrock for all developmental activities. This morning, the General Assembly will adopt a political declaration on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Pandemics have long been formidable adversaries that disproportionately wreak havoc in the socio-economic fabric of developing countries. These crises go beyond their immediate health implications, unraveling years of development progress, straining healthcare systems, and exacerbating existing socio-economic disparities. We need to change the status quo. To do so, we must end vaccine apartheid. We need to ensure equitable access to health products. We need stronger commitments from healthy countries on technology transfer and on the removal of intellectual property barriers, and on investments in manufacturing to enable vaccine production in the global south. Mr. President, I always say that inclusivity spells harmony and exclusivity spells conflict. The continued advocacy for gender equality is a core in our collective journey towards a just and inclusive world. Therefore, advocating for gender equality is not only a matter of fairness, it is an essential step towards unlocking innovation, diversity, and social cohesion. We are indeed proud to be ranked by the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report of 2023 as number eighth country in the world for the efforts to close the gender gap. In addition to having 44% female representation in Parliament, we have women in the positions of Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and current Deputy Prime Minister has been selected by the ruling party to be the candidate. And very soon after I leave, in a year's time, she may be the one to come and stand here, who is here with us. And 2/3 of our key banking institutions are headed by women. In the same vein, we believe in promoting inclusive and effective governance that ensures that the youth are integrated into decision-making structures to play their part in the future they have helped to shape. Mr. President, rapid advances in technology, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence are transforming the global landscape. offering unprecedented challenges and opportunities for growth and development. Therefore, developing countries should not be left behind in this digital revolution. Access to technology can bridge gaps in education, healthcare, and economic development, propelling nations towards progress. We must navigate technological challenges and harness opportunities by fostering an environment that is conducive to technology transfer, technology adoption, skills development, and collaboration. As we march towards COP28 for the final global stocktake, we are acutely aware that the energy transition is not only a necessity for the combating climate change, but also an opportunity for economic development. Consistent with their pledges made at the Paris Climate Summit in 2015, developed nations must provide financial and technological support to enable developing countries to shift to cleaner energy sources without hampering development. 3 years ago, during the 78th General Assembly, Namibia boldly announced its intention to change its economic structure by leveraging innovative financial tools to mobilize sustainable climate financing to combat climate change. 1 year later in Glasgow, Scotland, on the margins of COP26, we announced the development of large-scale green hydrogen projects that will provide the world with the clean molecules needed to decarbonize hard-to-abate sections. Today, we have more than 5 such projects under development, looking to deploy more than $20 billion in order to develop our world-class renewable energy potential to give our future generations a fighting chance against warming climate. Mr. President, developing a new synthetic fuels industry in Namibia is not just an opportunity to fight climate change, but indeed offers an unparalleled opportunity for green industrialization. Namibia has now attracted new industries that are looking to make use of the cheap, clean electricity and molecules that shall be produced in Namibia. One such pioneering example is the Oshivala project by High Iron, which plans to use Namibian-produced green hydrogen to deliver the first industrial production of iron at net zero emissions. During the first phase of the project in 2024, an annual output of 15,000 tons of direct reduced iron is planned. Oshivala will be one of the biggest primary production sites of green iron worldwide and is expected to sequestrate 27,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions per year, equivalent to 50% of the carbon dioxide emissions of Namibia's entire power industry today. In order to transport the clean molecules to their final destination, shipping, which is yet another hard-to-abate sector, will also need to deploy innovative solutions. This is why Namibia is now developing green shipping corridors with Marks McKinney Moller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping as we look to map and fund the development of carbon-neutral maritime value chains from production, transportation, storage, and consumption of clean fuels and carbon-free products made in Namibia and traded with the world. We are working with Campaign Maritime Belge, a shipping company from Belgium, with plans to build a clean ammonia bunkering facility in Walvis Bay at a cost of more than €2.2 billion in partnership with Namibia's own Oldhaven lease company. On the 28th of September 23, this partnership named Plenary is expected to reveal plans to construct their first Namibian green hydrogen multimodal service station. I always say that you do not make peace with your friends. You make peace with your enemies. Punitive measures imposed for over half a century on the Republic of Cuba have brought untold hardships that have disenfranchised the Cuban people. The embargo against the Cuban people remains unjust and must therefore be lifted. Namibia appeals to the United States of America to remove the Republic of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism, as there is no evidence to support such classification. Selective punitive measures against Zimbabwe and Venezuela must also be lifted, as these measures constitute the greatest obstacle to the implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The United Nations Charter remains an important source of inspiration, reflecting the commonality, agreed upon values of diplomacy and peaceful coexistence. We regard the Charter enshrined rights to self-determination for all peoples as essential. This rings true for the people of Western Sahara. While our right to self-determination has been upheld, the people of Western Sahara continue to remain under occupation. We recall how Morocco supported our right to self-determination, and now we call on them to do the same for the people of Western Sahara. Similarly, the people of Palestine yearn to transition from the inhuman conditions of oppressive rule. Namibia is therefore pleased with the decision of the General Assembly to submit to the International Court of Justice a request for an advisory opinion on legal consequences arising from the ongoing violation by Israel of the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. Mr. President, the challenges we face today are not insurmountable. By holding hands and by renewing our commitment to multilateralism, we can reverse the worst effects of the unprecedented global challenges of global warming, global inequality, pandemics, and conflicts. By holding hands, we have it within us to act now and to build the world we want. In that world, no one should feel left out. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Namibia for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Klaus Werner Iohannis, President of Romania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Klaus Werner Iohannis, President of Romania, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, the world, as we know it, is enduring profound and rapid transformations under the impact of so many challenges which humanity must face. At the same time, against this difficult, very difficult background, we continue to defend our core values, the United Nations Charter, and effective multilateralism. Our decisions are critical for the future of humanity. We, the leaders, are called on now to take decisive actions for the generations to come in a spirit of solidarity and shared responsibility, and stand up for rules-based international order and for the full respect of international law. Ladies and gentlemen, Romania is a direct neighbor to the continued war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, and we acted with all our energy to bring a solid contribution to regional and international security and stability. This war demonstrated that the Black Sea needs more global attention, as it is of strategic importance for transatlantic security. Romania also stands for more efficient multilateralism alongside like-minded partners across the globe in the fight for freedom and democracy. Since day one of the war, Romania has acted in full solidarity with the brave Ukrainian people. We will continue to provide safe haven and protect refugees coming from our neighbor, as we did for over 6 million Ukrainians who already crossed our borders. We fully support the Ukrainian peace formula as the most suitable framework conducive to a fair, lasting, and sustainable peace. We also support the pursuit of international law and accountability so that all those responsible for atrocities are brought to justice. Ladies and gentlemen, our region, the wider Black Sea area, must be protected against the effects of Russia's war against Ukraine and its hybrid war and malign interference. Romania has been constantly arguing on the need to keep the so-called protracted or frozen conflicts in the region high on our agenda. Romania has also been at the forefront of supporting, in a multidimensional manner, the vulnerable partners in the region. We have thus offered substantial support to our neighbor, the Republic of Moldova, the country most affected by the war after, of course, Ukraine itself. Ladies and gentlemen, while we work in the present to defend our values, we should also continue to project a sustainable future. We thus continue to actively pursue the 2030 agenda. Food insecurity, energy, and economic instability affect the entire world, and especially the most vulnerable in the global south. By terminating the Black Sea Grain Initiative and by attacking Ukrainian ports, Russia further exacerbates the global food crisis. We once again urge the Russian Federation to cease blocking the initiative. As a direct neighbor of Ukraine and a responsible and solidary international actor, Romania has played an active role in the global efforts on food security. Since the beginning of the war, we have facilitated the delivery of more than 25 million tons of Ukrainian grain. Romania will not let down our most vulnerable partners who need our support, especially those from least developed countries, including from Africa. We also invest and bring our contribution for African institutional resilience, peacekeeping, and capacity building. Ladies and gentlemen, through our sustainable development strategy, we advance an efficient, transparent, and citizen-centered governance. Our second voluntary national review, issued this July, is proof that we are on the right track, as we already achieved 62% of our national targets for 2030. But as we are keenly aware that globally we are lagging behind, we put trust in the Sustainable Development Goals Summit and the Summit of the Future. We are also aware of the importance of financing for development. Romania is committed to increase its official development assistance to 0.33% of its GDP by 2030. Moreover, we will contribute to the European Union's objective to allocate 0.2% of its collective official development aid to the least developed countries. Distinguished audience, the devastating effects of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, as well as energy insecurity and disinformation, are our global concerns. Romania's efforts in combating these challenges are visible. For instance, we are committed to swiftly ratify and implement the Agreement on Marine Biological Diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. We were also part of the core group promoting the General Assembly's request for an advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states in respect of climate change. We remain vocal in supporting climate education, a priority for Romania and for me personally. I also strongly believe that the climate and security nexus should be more prominent on the United Nations agenda, including in the Security Council. We hope that the Climate Ambition Summit and the COP28 will mobilize the political will to keep the 1.5 target alive. We must accelerate a just energy transition and emissions reduction while ensuring energy security. Countering disaster risks also requires joint efforts, and the Emergency Platform Initiative is a step in the right direction. Romania actively participates in international assistance missions, shares best practices, and offers training on response measures. In our endeavors, we should use the opportunities brought by digitalization, innovation, and new technologies, as well as the strategic investments in renewables as enablers of sustainable development. At the same time, Romania welcomes the Secretary General's initiative for a code of conduct for information integrity on digital platforms. Distinguished audience, in the current geopolitical context, the key for an efficient multilateralism is to ensure its successful reform, which cannot be delayed any longer. An enlarged Security Council could include important additional voices from the African group, from various small island developing states, and even from the smallest regional group, the Eastern European one. As we celebrate 75 years since the adoption of the UN Declaration on Human Rights, Romania strongly advocates for strengthening the UN human rights system, including for its adequate funding. As a member of the Human Rights Council, we continue to be an active supporter of democracy, rule of law, non-discrimination, freedom of expression, children's and women's rights. At the same time, the full respect and promotion of international law remain at the very core of our foreign policy. As an example, Romania is advocating for an enlarged acceptance by states of the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice, and we count on your support for our solid candidature for the World Court. Dear colleagues, next year's Summit of the Future represents an excellent opportunity to find joint global solutions. The Pact for the Future must provide the United Nations with the tools to deliver for us and for future generations. We must stand for our people and for the future we want. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Romania for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome my own President, His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President of the General Assembly, Secretary of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. President, I'm proud to observe that this august body is under dedicated leadership of our Caribbean sister nation, Trinidad and Tobago, and that a distinguished citizen and experienced diplomat of that country is at the helm of the 78th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, this is my fourth statement to this global body, and since then, I'm afraid to conclude that not much has changed for the better regarding the essential elements of peace, prosperity, and climate in our world. On the other hand, the challenges and crises have increased and deepened. I do not need to mention these crises because we know them all and repeat them every single time we speak to an international and regional audience. And the more important and relevant matter at hand is, what do we do about? We make promises not often kept. We express noble goals, but the delivery is poor. This cannot go on. Business as usual cannot be our mantra. No country is spared of the effects of this crisis, especially developing countries like my own country, Suriname. And no country can solve these challenges alone. It is worth mentioning that we humans are responsible for these crises, and we must take responsibility for them, and we must also express collective leadership to solve these problems effectively. A new approach of the conceptualizing our relationships is needed to adequately address this crisis. A new kind of multilateralism that is more just, effective, and forces us to unite. One that will demonstrate respect and commitment to international law and cooperation. It is therefore of utmost importance to transcend national interests and look to our common goals, and we must put aside ideological differences to constructively deliver for the prosperity of our people and the protection of our planet. We simply cannot expect durable solutions in a rapidly changing world if we do not reset the buttons. Mr. President, as world leaders, we have stressed that upholding firm commitments to international principles and international law, the principles of the United Nations Charter, and effective multilateralism are a conditio sine qua non to address these global challenges and threats. The role of the United Nations in defense and upholding of these principles through dialogue, constructive engagement, and concrete action remains crucial. Therefore, a strong, determined, and united United Nations is a must. Mr. President, the multiple global and national crises, such as debt burden, domestic effects of climate change, the financial economic downturn following the COVID-19 pandemic, the impact of the raging war in Ukraine, have put tremendous pressure on the implementation of the SDGs on a major scale. Limited financial and technical resources had to be allocated for many emergencies just to make sure that no one was left behind. Mr. President, let us remember that building resilience and leaving no one behind is not a choice. I want to reiterate that for small developing countries with a low-lying coastal area, the fiscal pressure due to other crises beyond our doing is a real and a daily problem. However, I remain of the view that the earmarked transformation envisioned by the 2030 SDG agenda remains both possible and essential. Mr. President, as we know, food security is a major challenge. And just a few days ago in Cuba, I stressed the importance of science, technology, and innovation to increase food production and optimize the inputs needed to make agriculture more productive. And during my visit, Mr. President, I personally experienced the negative impact of the long-standing embargo, an embargo that does not achieve what it was meant for. The CARICOM Food Security Program is an example to reduce the region's food import bill by 25% by the year 2025 and promote local production with modern technology. Mr. President, the reach and impact of digital technologies will only continue to increase in the coming years, and it is crucial that the benefits of this innovation are leveraged to ensure an accessible, transparent, safe, and secure, digitally transformative environment. To implement this comprehensive strategy in a coherent manner, my country has recently designed and adopted a national digital strategy 2023-2030. Mr. President, the political, humanitarian, and security environment in Haiti is deteriorating. While I appreciate the efforts made so far to assist in finding an immediate solution, much more political efforts need to be made to translate the intentions into real actions. The people of Haiti are looking toward a regional and international community for assistance. At the same time, the Haitian stakeholders, which are divided in opposing groups, must demonstrate the will to dialogue and reach consensus for a way forward in the shortest time possible. Mr. President, another climate conference of the parties, COP28, is on our doorstep as we are amidst in the reality of the increased intensity of the devastating global impact of climate change. It is regrettable to admit that despite some efforts, the world is still far from reaching the required level of emissions. And to prevent irreversible damage to our global environment and society. And we are bearing the brunt. While Suriname currently is experiencing extraordinary high temperatures resulting in challenges with regard to the availability of drinking water, inland areas are increasingly flooded by heavy rainfall, and coastal areas are threatened by the rising of the seawater level. As a consequence, the people living in remote parts of our vast interior are deprived of work, education, basic utilities, and food security is under threat. As one of the only 3 carbon negative countries in the world, Suriname remains committed and continues to play its part in protecting the planet through national actions, but also through engaging in strategic international public and private partnerships that will contribute to remaining carbon negative for now and also for the future. We cannot go to Dubai in less than 2 months and hear the same analysis, the same stories, the same policies, the same speeches with noble goals, the same promises, and after that, nothing happens. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it takes too long to make the required decisions that will have a meaningful impact and all will improve our living conditions. We need easier access to climate financing to implement mitigation and adaptation policies. We must walk the talk regarding loss and damage. We must join efforts that call for compensating highly forested countries for the so-called removal credits, as these countries so far have acted as carbon sinks for the whole world without any compensation. Mr. President, many of us have raised the urgent and comprehensive reform of the international financial architecture as the most critical issue to address the economic, financial, and environmental challenges faced by developing countries. An integral part of this reform process must include the discussion on new ways of classifying countries. And I ask all of us to contribute to the proposed multidimensional vulnerability index. Mr. President, my country, Suriname, is at the cusp of promising commercial development of newfound oil and gas resources. These developments and also the capital generation will allow us to provide for our population a social, health, and education system that will facilitate increased production in other sectors, creating a sustainable future for the current and the next generations. Suriname has, over the past 3 years, gone through a financial and economic reform process whereby my country people, citizens, had to sacrifice in many ways. Coupled with the COVID pandemic, the impact of climate change, the effects of war in Eastern Europe, and a high debt burden, the impact on the people in my country was even worse. I want to assure that the international community that my government is committed to remain a carbon negative country with an enormous biodiversity pool and a low deforestation level. During the Amazon Summit held last month in Belém do Pará in Brazil, we and 7 other countries have committed to a better management of the Amazon region. We committed to even stopping deforestation by the year 2030. We are committed to the application of high international environmental standards so that the impact of the environment can be minimized. Mr. Chair, we do this to finance our committed transition to an economy that is primarily based on renewable, non-carbon-based energy generation by 2060. I announce with a certain degree of pride that we recently registered our carbon credits for the first time on the UNFCCC registry. That was done with our own, albeit limited, capabilities. And we shall see how the market responds to these new resources. All these commitments are made to contribute to saving the planet and life on Earth. But I call on all heavy polluters to start with this process as well, and not to try to manage tax or punish environmental friendly production in developing countries, which are at least responsible for the climate crisis. Real change must particularly come from the more developed countries. In closing, Mr. President, together, let us harness our collective strengths, knowledge, determination to create a world where resilience and inclusivity are not just aspirations, but realities. Only through joint efforts, we can build a future where no one is left behind and where the Sustainable Development Goals become a shining beacon of hope and progress for all. We owe this to the current and future generations, and I appeal to all of us to work constructively and collectively towards a better and a new world order, and to recommit to the original goals of the Charter of the United Nations, but now, ladies and gentlemen, with more dedication, with more passion, and with more love for each other. I thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Željko Komšić, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Željko Komšić, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. Building on the theme of this year's session of the United Nations General Assembly, which is rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress and sustainability for all. At this important place, allow me to talk about important elements from the point of view of a small yet proud state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. For this part, Bosnia and Herzegovina has given support to the 2030 Agenda, especially its goals that to the greatest extent concern the creation of the world and the environment in the United Nations member countries, in a way that we as states and their societies are prepared and specially trained to implement all the steps that will lead us to self-sustainable development. However, in today's world, often dominated by war and various geopolitical goals, it will be very difficult to achieve this, at least in a way as it is planned in the 2030 Agenda. For this reason, I specifically wish to emphasize that the first steps which we must start our activities with is the one that will lead us to permanent peace as the world's priority #1, and then to other mutually related activities in order to have our countries and societies ready for solidarity and progress. These activities are by no means easy, and they require lots of wisdom, planning, and good management of all processes and procedures that can lead us to the implementation of the Agenda 2030. If we start from the premise offered by the theme of this year's session of the United Nations General Assembly, which talks about building trust and encouraging global solidarity, then I feel free to point out in few sentences the elements that could possibly make achieving these goals difficult. At the very beginning, I take this opportunity to remind you that migrations are one of the elements of the Agenda 2030, trying to be dealt with systematically and with specific governance. Although the Agenda for Sustainable Development until 2030 recognizes migrants as agents of change and development in countries of their origin, transit and destination, the Agenda primarily focuses on migrants as beneficiaries of Sustainable Development Goals through a higher level of protection of their rights and transparency. Furthermore, the Agenda does not refer to a broader concept of diaspora or to the role that it plays as a possible means of development. This statement, extracted from one of the IOM's documents, International Organization for Migration, is most certainly true, but when it comes to the starting point of migration, that is, go out of the field of certain countries, then we will certainly see several things that are undeniably happening. The current form of migration management has reached such a stage where large and powerful countries, for their own benefit, carry out a certain type of selection of migrants in such a way as to select the best and most educated among them, such as doctors, engineers, scientists, and other highly qualified persons, and are ushering them to larger countries where their knowledge and abilities are exploited exclusively for the benefit of these larger systems. In larger countries and larger systems, such selected migrants can be agents of change or bearers of various improvements, but at the same time, the potentials and capacities of smaller countries from which the migrants come from are being weakened. Small countries, in addition to losing their best quality personnel, are also losing all investments made, including the financial ones. The investments made in creating these highly qualified profiles. Of course, it is completely clear that there is such a form of migration in which large groups of people are trying to escape war and horrors of war. But there is also what we call economic migration, through which migrants are being directed based on their potential and capacity. In both cases of migration, large countries and their larger systems are the ones who are doing the selection and choosing the best profiles of migrants in line with their needs and aspirations, while at the same time, systemic weakening of small countries from which the migrants come from is taking place. So what do I mean by this? In short, it is difficult to talk about building trust while larger countries and their large systems are taking over the population of smaller countries through migration, and simultaneously smaller countries are emptying out, resulting in the creation of an environment in which poverty develops and completely prevents any form of development in economic and social sense. Thus, a direct attack is made on the possibility of creating prerequisites for self-sustainable development in smaller countries. From the point of view of my country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, it's very easy to provide additional arguments and proof confirming this matter. In my country, there is a significant outflow of population going to larger and more developed countries, mostly to countries we view as Western democratic countries. While investigating why our people, Bosnian and Herzegovinians, decide to leave their country and look for better living conditions in some other countries, we came to a conclusion that the fundamental reason for their departure is their conviction of the lack of perspective in Bosnia and Herzegovina. When we took into account that our people have stated as one of the basic shortcomings of the perspective in their country, we saw that it refers to how, specifically, the political system in Bosnia and Herzegovina does not entail complete democracy, but rather a form of ethnocracy, or a system in which elections for government institutions, exercise of power, distribution of jobs in the state, even in the real sector, are primarily based on ethnicity as a prerequisite. In such a system, you usually don't have the best people in key positions, people who, with their knowledge and abilities, can build a political, economic, and social system in Bosnia and Herzegovina. On the contrary, you have ethnically and politically suitable staff who can hardly be expected to lead the overall progress of the country. This value system has been going on for a very long time. In such a system, the key jobs are not performed by the best and most qualified people, but by the politically and ethnically suitable ones. The current political system in Bosnia and Herzegovina, based exclusively on ethnic and then on political affiliation, completely degrades democracy as an important principle for creating an environment with equal opportunities for all people. Such a system, which guarantees participation in government to certain political actors and their ethnically based political parties, has the form of former and current totalitarian systems in which power is exercised in an autocratic manner through autocratically inspired political actors. As a result of this unfinished political system, we have a slow development of the country while such politics obstruct what, in my opinion, is one of the key goals of my country. Its path to membership in larger supranational systems such as the European Union or NATO alliance. The irremovability or particularly difficult replaceability of the authorities creates such an environment where even the authorities themselves no longer work for the benefit of their citizens because they feel that there is no need for such a thing. The distribution of power and social power is already guaranteed to them in advance by the system itself, a system based on ethnicity. Our current political system is skillfully used by our Western and Eastern neighbors and through ethnic communities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, to which they claim national rights. They are running Bosnia and Herzegovina not with the primary aim of helping the members of these ethnic communities, but with the aim of dividing Bosnia and Herzegovina or making it meaningless as a state. Our two neighbors, through the ethnic communities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, to which they strive to claim every right, even 27 years after the aggression they had carried out over Bosnia and Herzegovina, are in this manner making an attack on the sovereignty of our country, which makes it almost completely impossible to have any democratic development of Bosnia and Herzegovina. This practice also violates the minimum of interstate trust, because unfortunately our neighbors are not investing sincere energy with the goal of building interstate cooperation, but are rather investing energy in weakening our state. This is a visible problem, which extends to the entire region of the Western Balkans, where there are different ideas, plans and intentions to change the internationally recognized borders, to reorganize the region into something that has no point of contact with democracy. For such activities and policies, neighboring countries very often have, at first glance, surprising and unexpected support from countries that we consider to be democratic liberal states and societies, but certainly also from those that are not democratic, and that we recognize today as aggressor states with authoritarian regimes. Regretfully, there are many, both in the East and the West, who believe that their barely hidden support for those who want to completely control and ultimately divide Bosnia and Herzegovina will bring stability to the Western Balkans. We, who represent the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina here at the United Nations, believe that this will not bring either stability or progress in the Western Balkans. Our neighbors cannot divide Bosnia and Herzegovina amongst themselves without entering into mutual conflict. We will certainly not allow the division and disappearance of our 1,000-year-old state at any cost, no matter what anyone thinks about it. That is why I believe that it's in the interest of the United Nations, if peace is to be preserved in the Western Balkans, to support the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina and its institutions. If the United Nations wishes to preserve peace in the Western Balkans, then it should support those who have not violated democratic and civilization norms, who have not committed genocide, who were not part of joint criminal enterprises, did not destroy people's lives because of their ethnicity, did not destroy other people's temples or shrines, did not advocate revanchism or revenge. If such support is absent, then the responsibility and blame for this destabilization does not lie with us, who will certainly not calmly and idly observe some new attempt to destroy our Bosnia and Herzegovina. However, the fundamental problem of Bosnia and Herzegovina lies in the inequality of citizens in the political and electoral system, the result of which is an ethnic system of governing the country, a system that is destined to be conflictual in itself. In addition, the ethnic system of exercising power in my country continuously creates space for nepotism and corruption in all segments of society, especially in government institutions. As a consequence of the ethnic system of exercising power, we have a nepotism in the selection of people to perform the most important political and economic jobs. The ethnic political system in my country is the one that generates and encourages nepotism and corruption the most, and nepotism and corruption destroy social cohesion and trust within a society the most. That is why we, for decades, have not been able to create a society of equals, and with that, a society of equal opportunities, because with the employment through family connections and corruption pertaining to most important positions, one loses hope in the possibility of having positive perspective. From this place, I want to ask an important question, and allow me to do this. How is it possible to build and achieve trust that will lead to the creation of prerequisites for development when we don't actually have enough democracy in our country? When our right to democracy is being taken away, and when an embargo to democracy is being imposed upon us, which leads citizens to great uncertainty and is the reason why they often decide to leave the country. The latest interventions of the international representatives in Bosnia and Herzegovina, like the intervention of the High Representative, by means of legal violence and the suspension of the entity constitution for 24 hours, which is an inconceivable precedent in the democratic world, did not remove obstacles to the normal functioning of the state, but rather strengthened the undemocratic ethnic principle and deepened the discrimination of citizens in the constitution and the electoral law. Democracy is the most important segment for building trust both in our countries and globally. It is very important, in order to create prerequisites for self-sustainable development, that the transition in these societies ends as soon as possible, through the transition from former totalitarian, autocratic systems to a system based on full democracy. That is why we expect the support of actors from the international community, even though they occasionally resort to undemocratic tools, while they occasionally completely deny the possibility of developing democracy in Bosnia and Herzegovina for the sake of their goals. Of course, we are fully aware that there is a number of countries, members of the United Nations, with which such history and historical context, that they are not interested in democracy and its development. On the other hand, some indicators tell us that over two-thirds of the countries, members of the United Nations, are oriented towards democracy and its development, so my point of view is oriented in that direction as well. I wish to add another important element here, which is indispensable in building trust for self-sustainable development. It is achieving a system of full human rights, which, as its final outcome, offers a society of equal people, equal citizens, and as a result of that, we can have a society of equal chances with open perspectives for everyone. If you do not have a system of equals, that is, equal citizens, then it will be difficult to build trust in such a system, especially in a still post-war society such as in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Particularly If you have in mind that our society has suffered aggression from our Western and Eastern neighboring countries, a direct consequence of which were the committed atrocious war crimes and even the crime of genocide. Such scenarios for Bosnia and Herzegovina continue to be implemented through political means this time, in peacetime conditions, while continuously asking for support from various parts of the international community. At the same time, and regardless of the aforementioned scenarios, our obligation is to create internal prerequisites for building a society of equal people and equal citizens, and one of the basic tools that will enable us to avoid the possibility of future conflicts. Contained within the judgments of the eminent courts that deal with the protection of human rights, such as the European Court of Human Rights, there is a valuable resource for building a stable society in which the risk of internal conflict is reduced to a minimum. But potentially, aggressive policies we take away an efficient mechanism to violate territorial integrity and sovereignty of Bosnia and Herzegovina from neighboring countries. In short, this means that we in Bosnia and Herzegovina will have to change the entire paradigm within society and shift from ethnic political representation to civic political representation, which is a standard in a democratic world. We must use this opportunity to draw attention of the United Nations on something that is, in my opinion, and I'm sorry to say this, a very uncivilized stand of the government and the Prime Minister of our neighboring country, who have rejected the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights in the latest judgment in the Kovacevic case, and have stood up for the very principles that were rejected in the mentioned judgment, like the political principle of legitimate representation based on ethnicity, which is a generator of inequality among the citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the means by which the neighbors undermine the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. This was done in such a way that it can be qualified as an interference in the internal affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The disrespect of the judgments of the international courts, as could be heard from the Prime Minister of a neighboring country, is reminiscent of the attitudes towards international law that Vladimir Putin has built in the case of Ukraine. However, this is not only about having a negative attitude towards the international standards of the United Nations, but also a policy towards Bosnia and Herzegovina conducted by its neighbors. Only when civic political representation is accepted in Bosnia and Herzegovina through the implementation of the judgments of the European Court, and when in parallel the attacks on the sovereignty of the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina from the neighborhood stop,
live service. This is the primary audio.
The 9,421st meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is maintenance of international peace and security, upholding the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter through effective multilateralism, maintenance of peace and security of Ukraine. The agenda is adopted. I would like to warmly welcome the Secretary General, distinguished presidents, prime ministers, ministers, and other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. Your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite representatives of Argentina, Australia, Austria, Belarus, Belgium, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Canada, Chile, Croatia, Czechia, Denmark, Estonia, Germany, Greece, Guatemala, Hungary, India, Indonesia, Ireland, Italy, Kuwait, Latvia, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, Mexico, Montenegro, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, North Macedonia, Panama, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, the Republic of Korea, Romania, Sierra Leone, Slovakia, Slovenia, South Africa, Spain, Turkey, Ukraine, and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela to participate in the meeting. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite the following briefers to participate in this meeting. His Excellency Mr. Charles Michel, President of the European Council. His Excellency Mr. Bujar Osmani, Chairperson in Office of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. And His Excellency Grand Chancellor Riccardo Paterno di Montecupo, Sovereign Order of Malta. It is so decided. I also propose that the Council invite His Excellency Archbishop Paul Richard Gallagher, Secretary for Relations with States and International Organizations of the Holy See, to participate in the meeting, in accordance with the Provisional Rules of Procedure and the previous practice in this regard. There being no objection, it is so decided. The delegation of Russian Federation has asked for the floor. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. President, you were hasty in saying the words, "it is so decided." We had two questions. First and foremost, we wish to ask you on what basis you propose to give the President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, the floor before members of the Security Council speak, many of whom also are represented at the level of heads of state and government. And my second question, the second question I wish to pose is, on what basis are you inviting the Minister for Foreign Affairs of North Macedonia to today's meeting in the capacity as the chair of the OSCE?
So I take note of the remarks made by the Russian delegation, and in response, I would like to confirm that notice of the planned speaking order was given to all Council members in advance, and in my view, it would have been preferable had this procedural matter been resolved at a technical level prior to the start of this open debate, so that we would have been able to proceed immediately to the substance of our deliberations today. I wish to recall that paragraph 33 of Presidential Note S 2017-507, agreed by consensus, states, and I quote, "When non-members are invited to speak to the Security Council, those who have a direct interest in the outcome of the matter under consideration may speak prior to Council members if appropriate." End of quote. Given the subject of today's open debate, we believe that inviting President Zelensky to speak before Council members amply confirms to paragraph 33. Moreover, giving the floor first to President Zelensky will provide the opportunity for Council members and the other member states participating today in such impressive numbers to respond to his remarks. Previously, in February of this year, the Russian delegation raised the same issue and was assured by then the Council President that ample precedents exist of non-Council member states taking the floor before Council members. Several cases were cited at that time, and others could be mentioned. I would add that at each of the previous 5 Security Council meetings in which President Zelensky was invited to participate, he spoke before Council members. I want to assure our Russian colleagues and everyone here that this is not a special operation by the Albanian presidency, but a continuation of a long and well-established practice of this Council, and today's speaking order therefore is in full conformity with the Council's guidelines and practices. As for the second question, I have a certain difficulty to understand what's the problem, because OSCE has an important role and is here because of its contribution to this meeting considered of essence. Yes, the OSCE representative here is an Albanian from North Macedonia, but if you would be more explicit what's the problem, I would be happy to help you.
With pleasure, Mr. President. We do not believe that the arguments that you have advanced are compelling. There are a number of the members of the Security Council that will be represented in the hall today at the head of state level. You tried to explain why the Ukrainian president is being prioritized. However, the procedure, this has nothing to do with the procedure for the Security Council. You can understand the logic. When we discuss Somalia here, the president of Somalia spoke first here, but he was the only president from among those present. There are indeed precedents related to other files on the Security Council's agenda, but a specific practice has unfolded linked to the specificities of certain regions, which has nothing to do with the situation in Ukraine. I would like to warn you that if today you bang the gavel thereby implementing your decision, the Albanian presidency will be tainted with an egregious precedent of violating existing practice in the Security Council, established practice for the benefit of one delegation, which time after time continues to demonstrate with support from the West that their rules don't apply to it and everything is permissible. From the beginning, Western members of the Security Council 3 times pushed through the participation of Vladimir Zelensky in Security Council meetings through video link. This constitutes a blatant disregard for the authority of this key body. Leaders of other states find time in their schedule to personally travel in person to New York and to speak before the members of the Security Council. Over the course of the 75 years of the existence of the organization, the emergence and presence at the Security Council, speaking before the Council, was viewed to be a privilege. The same applies to statements from the lofty tribune of the General Assembly, instead of which, during the last session, during the special session, the representative of Kiev decided to speak through video link. At the same time, Western delegations alleged that last year Vladimir Zelensky was unable to leave the country due to extraordinary circumstances. These circumstances, nonetheless, did not prevent him from traveling to the U.S. to visit Washington, and yet he did not deign at the time to travel personally to the United Nations. Colleagues, consider the violation of the president of the practice of the work of the Security Council is fraught with risks of undermining the authority of the Security Council, which they are trying to transform into a one-man stand-up show. And for this, the Albanian presidency convened an open debate. In this debate, a large group of supporters from among NATO countries, and it is clear for many, at least for most, that today's meeting will be nothing more than a spectacle. I would like to stress for protocol and for those who are trying to distort our position, we do not object to the participation of the Ukrainian president in this meeting, but this needs to be done in line with the rules of procedure and existing practice, according to which countries invited under Rule 37 speak after the members of the Security Council, especially when both members of the Council and a number of other representatives under Rule 37 are representatives of the head of state and government level. Turning to the participation of the Albanian foreign minister and of North Macedonia, apologizes the speaker, as a current chairperson in office of the OSCE. Our being appalled at this has nothing to do with his nationality, sir, and we objected to his presence in this capacity, and we informed the Albanian president presidency about this yesterday.
Насколько нам известно, никакого
We fail to
обсуждения вопроса о
understand, as
его
far as we
участии в
understand, there's been no
открытых дебатах
discussion
Совета
of this
Безопасности
or
ООН в
any
Вене,
open
где расположен
discussion
штаб-квартира
of
ОБСЕ, не было.
the building
Обращаем внимание,
or
что в
in
соответствии с
Vienna,
утвержденными
the headquarters.
правилами,
There was no
с
discussion.
утвержденными
According to
постсоветом ОБСЕ
approved
принципами,
principles by the
любые
Permanent Council of
заявления
the
действующего
OSCE, any
председателя,
statements of
генерального
chairperson
секретаря
in
ОБСЕ
office,
и
the Secretary General of the
официальных
OSCE,
представителей
or
должны
official
соответствовать
representatives
их мандатам
authorized by them
и не
need to
должны
be
расходиться
in
с
line with their
консенсусной
mandates,
позицией
and they
ОБСЕ.
must not
Если
depart
албанское
from the consensual
председательство
position of the
настаивает на
OSCE.
том,
If the
чтобы
Albanian
допустить господина
presidency
выступить на
insists on
сегодняшнем
allowing
заседании,
Mr. Osmani to
мы
speak
исходим
during
из того,
today's
что
meeting,
он может
we
озвучивать
believe
только
that he
консенсусную
can
позицию
voice
организации.
only the consensual position of this
Отдельно
organization.
отмечаем, что
I would
ОБСЕ
note
из-за
separately that the
деструктивной
OSCE,
занятой
due to the
западной делегацией,
destructive
уже давно
approach
никак не
adopted by Western
участвует в
delegations, has
урегулировании
long
украинского кризиса и никакого
not been
вклада
in
в
any
этот
way
процесс не
contributing
вносит, а
to the
только
process
усугубляет
of
ситуацию.
resolving the Ukrainian crisis,
Видим
but it has only been
попытки
exacerbating the
продавить вопреки
situation. We see
сложившейся в
this
Совете
in
Безопасности
attempts
в ОБСЕ
to
практике.
advance and
Участие
push through
господина Османи все то
in
же
a way
навязчивое
that runs
стремление
counter to
западной
practice.
делегации
Mr.
выгодно только им.
Osmani's Osmani's
Однобокие правила игры в
participation
рамках печально
by Western
известного порядка,
delegations,
основанного на
their
правилах.
attempt to advance
Призываем членов Совета
one-sided rules
Безопасности
of the
занять
game
принципиальную
as
позицию
part
по
of the
этому вопросу
rules-based
и
order. We
выступить против
urge members of the
подобных
Security
запретов.
Council to adopt a principled position
Сожалеем,
in
что
this issue
албанское
and
председательство
to
демонстрирует
speak
открытое
out against
пренебрежение к
such
процедурным
approaches.
практикам
We
Совета
regret that the
Безопасности ООН,
Albanian presidency has
ставя
demonstrated blatant
общенатовские
disregard for
политические и
consensual
идеологические
and
установки
practices of the
выше
Security Council.
обязанностей
They have
председателя
placed
Совета
their
Безопасности,
NATO
которому предписано быть
political and
стражем
ideological
процедуры
beliefs
и
above
занимать
the
беспристрастную позицию.
obligations of the
К
President of the Security
сожалению, с этой
Council,
задачей Албания
which
сегодня
is a guardian for the procedures and should adopt an impartial position. Unfortunately, Albania has been unable to manage this today. Thank you.
I must say that coming from you, all this lecture of violating the rules in this building is quite an impressive shoot. But as far as you repeated many times that the violation here is about President Zelensky speaking before the Council members, there is a solution for this if you agree. You stop the war and President Zelensky will not take the floor. So what made him here important and what makes important for all of us to hear him first and then discuss is made from you, not from us. Thank you very much. I take note and will continue with our session. You want the floor again? Okay.
Господин председатель, хочу обратить ваше внимание, что вы сейчас выступаете в роли председателя Совета Безопасности, а не национальном качестве представителя Албании. Ваша задача вести заседание так, как предписано правилами процедуры Совета Безопасности, а не давать политические оценки в своем качестве председателя Совета Безопасности.
I just responded to you after you addressing me as the Albanian Prime Minister and after you continuing to say incorrect things about what the procedure is here. If you don't want me to answer as an Albanian Prime Minister, don't provoke me as such. Anyhow, let's keep going now. The security again, okay?
Господин председатель, я к вам обращался только как председатель Совета Безопасности. Я ни разу не обратился к вам как премьер-министр Албании. Еще раз подчеркну. Я с вами сейчас веду процедурный диалог, а не субстантивный. Политических оценок не сдавайте, пожалуйста, на начало своего выступления в Совете.
Yeah, it was you that talked about NATO, about Albania being in NATO, about NATO countries coming here, so all this has nothing to do with my role as President of the Council. Anyhow, can we now, with your permission, continue normally the session? Thank you very much. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of agenda. I wish to draw the attention of Council members to document S2023/65/3, a letter dated 6 September 2023 from the permanent representative of Albania to the United Nations addressed to the President of the Security Council. I now give the floor to the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Gutierrez.
Mr. President, Excellencies, the United Nations Charter is our roadmap to a more peaceful world. The tools and mechanisms founded on the principles of the Charter are a how-to manual to resolve conflict. Together, our collective efforts over the years have contributed to preventing war on a global scale and saving millions of lives through peacemaking and preventing diplomacy, UN peacekeeping operations, disarmament and non-proliferation efforts, humanitarian and development programs, and activities to promote human rights. Cette semaine, le sommet sur les objectifs de développement durable a adopté un plan de sauvetage pour les ODD, objectif qui constitue un outil essentiel pour prévenir les conflits et les crises de toutes sortes. Le multilatéralisme fonctionne, il est essentiel et efficace. Mais les outils, les mécanismes multilatéraux s'affaiblissent. Face à la montée des tensions et des défis géopolitiques, certains cadres multilatéraux échouent, tandis que d'autres, dont on a besoin de toute urgence, n'existent pas encore. Le nombre de décès liés aux conflits a presque doublé l'année dernière. Les opérations de paix des Nations Unies sont soumises à une pression sans précédent. Le désarmement nucléaire est à l'arrêt et il n'existe aucun cadre mondial adéquat pour faire face aux menaces et les nouvelles technologies vont peser sur la sécurité. J'exhorte les États à aller plus loin et à faire mieux pour renouveler leur engagement vis-à-vis des obligations de la Charte des Nations Unies, à utiliser l'ensemble des outils diplomatiques qu'elles mettent à leur disposition, à donner la priorité à la prévention des conflits et des crises et à tenir compte des propositions de nouveaux cadres et outils présentés dans le nouvel agenda pour la paix. Mr. President, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, in clear violation of the United Nations Charter and international law, is aggravating geopolitical tensions and divisions, threatening regional stability, increasing the nuclear threat, and creating deep fissures in our increasingly multipolar world. All this comes at a time when cooperation and compromise for multilateral solutions are needed more than ever to tackle challenges from the climate crisis to unprecedented levels of inequality to disruptive technologies. The United Nations organs have been clear in condemning the war. The General Assembly overwhelmingly approved a resolution demanding that Russia leave Ukraine, and the second rejected Russia's effort to annex Ukrainian territory. I have consistently and repeatedly called for a just and sustainable peace in Ukraine, in line with the Charter and international law, for Ukraine, for Russia, and for the world. Russia's invasion was followed by relentless, systematic attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure and services, including health and education facilities. The war has killed or injured tens of thousands of civilians, destroyed lives and livelihoods, traumatized a generation of children, torn families and communities apart, devastated the economy, and turned vast areas of farmland into deadly minefields. Attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure must stop immediately. Nearly half of Ukraine's population, some 18 million people, need humanitarian assistance and protection. More than 6 million Ukrainians have fled the country. The United Nations has worked collectively to mitigate the impact on people, both in Ukraine and around the world, and to support civilians. Our humanitarian programs have stepped up, distributing aid to more than 8 million people this year, in partnership with over 450 humanitarian organizations, half of them Ukrainian. The International Atomic Energy Agency has established a presence at Zaporizhia nuclear plant and other major Ukrainian nuclear sites to monitor safety, security, and safeguards. Together with the International Committee of the Red Cross, we successfully organized the evacuation of civilians from the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol last year. Evidence of shocking and widespread human rights violations has been documented by UN agencies, including conflict-related sexual violence, arbitrary detentions, summary executions, mostly by the Russian Federation, and the forcible transfer of Ukrainian civilians, including children, to territory under Russian control or to the Russian Federation. This documentation is vital for accountability. And accountability for all human rights violations is crucial in line with international norms and standards. Mr. President, the war contributed to an unprecedented surge in global food prices, threatening millions with hunger and poverty. Starting in July 2022, we succeeded in mitigating that impact through the Black Sea Initiative and the Memorandum of Understanding between the UN and the Russian Federation. During its one-year period of operation, the Black Sea Initiative, together with Memorandum of Understanding on facilitating exports of Russian food products and fertilizers, helped to reduce global food prices by over 23% from the record high reached in March last year. The Black Sea Initiative enabled the export of nearly 33 million metric tons of grain and foodstuffs and allowed the World Food Programme to transport 725,000 metric tons of wheat for humanitarian aid to countries including Afghanistan and Somalia. Under the Memorandum of Understanding, the United Nations delivered solutions on several of the most challenging areas of trade facilitation for Russian food and fertilizers, with continuous work on the remaining issues. We deeply regret that Russia ended its participation in the Black Sea Initiative in July of this year, and that immediately upon leaving, Russia launched a bombardment of Ukrainian ports and grain storage facilities on the Black Sea and the Danube River. Attacks against terminals and grain stores are unacceptable, and such assaults must end. Civilian shipping in the Black Sea has also been threatened. Further escalation could instantly shock the markets and destabilize the region. Volatility and uncertainty have already returned to international grain markets, while supplies from the harvest in Ukraine pile up. The bombardment is also undermining our efforts in the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding with the Russian Federation. It has led many of those whose goodwill is needed, notably in the private sector, to question whether there is any real interest in returning to the Black Sea Initiative. We remain engaged with all parties, aiming to ensure safe and secure exports of grain and fertilizer from Russia and Ukraine, and these must be put on a stable footing without the repeated threat of interruption. I'm grateful to the government of Turkey for its contributions and urge all member states to support our efforts. Mr. President, the United Nations continues to work towards a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, in line with the Charter, international law, and the resolutions of the General Assembly. I urge all countries to do their part to prevent further escalation and to lay the foundations for sustainable peace. We are fully committed to the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. This war is already causing limitless suffering. Its continuation risks further perilous escalation. There is never an alternative to dialogue, diplomacy, and a just peace. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for this briefing, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine.
Thank you so much. Дуже дякую.
Thank you.
Шановний пане прем'єр-міністр Рама, дякую албанському головуванню за організацію цього засідання. Пане генеральний секретар, шановні пані та панове, від старту повномасштабної агресії, розпочатої державою, яка досі чомусь серед постійних членів Ради безпеки ООН, минуло вже 574 доби болю, втрати боротьби. Росія вбила щонайменше десятки тисяч наших людей та зробила мільйони біженцями, зруйнувавши їхні дім. Світова більшість визнає правду про цю війну. Це злочинна та неспровокована агресія Росії проти нашої нації, що має на меті захоплення території та ресурсів України. Але не тільки це. Держава-терорист має на меті своєю агресією підірвати всі дамби міжнародних норм, які мають захищати світ від воїн. Я вдячний усім світі, хто визнав агресію Росії порушенням Статуту ООН. Україна здійснює своє право на самооборону, допомагати Україні у цьому зброєю, застосуванням санкцій, здійсненням всебічного тиску на агресора, голосуванням за відповідні резолюції означає допомагати захищати статут ООН. Резолюції Генасамблеї підтверджують факт, що єдине джерело цієї війни – Росія. Втім, це нічого не змінило для Росії вколо. Але саме такі ситуації змінили все для ООН. Ми маємо визнати, організація в глухому куті щодо агресії. Людство вже не покладає надій на ООН, коли йдеться про захист суверенних кордонів націй. Лідери світу шукають нові майданчики, альянси, які могли би зменшити катастрофічний обсяг проблем, які тут, у цих стінах, зустрічають риторику, а не рішення, зустрічають прагнення компромісів з вбивцями, а не захист життя. Життя варто захищати безкомпромісно, аби захист був успішним. Але я не був би сьогодні тут, якби Україна не мала пропозицій саме щодо конкретних рішень. Вчора у виступі перед Генасамблеєю я сказав про те, що українська формула миру стала основою, на якій можна модернізувати наявну архітектуру безпеки в світі, щоб повернути реальну силу статуту ООН, міжнародного порядку, заснованого на чітких правилах. Хочу представити деталі конкретні, важливі дії на основі формули миру. Йдеться про пункт 5 формули миру. Його назва – виконання статуту ООН та відновлення територіальної цілісності України і світового порядку. Всі у світі бачать, що саме робить ООН недієздатною, на жаль. І у цьому кріслі в Раді безпеки, яке Росія займає незаконно через закулісні маніпуляції, після розпаду Радянського Союзу сидять брехунці, чия робота виправдовувати агресію та геноцид, що їх здійснює Росія. І всі дії ООН, чи то Ради безпеки, чи то Генасамблеї, які могли би зупинити цю агресію, розбиваються об привілей, який дає це крісло агресору. Вето в руках агресора – ось те, що загнало ООН в глухий кут. Зараз, якою б нацією ви не були, народом, який налічує сотні мільйонів людей, або малою нацією, нацією, яка героїчно захищає свою незалежність, або країною, чий давній досвід незалежності може допомогти іншим, державою, яка потребує допомоги, чи нацією, яка може реально допомогти, державою, яка спирається на свою армію, або такою державою, для якої статут ООН, а не її армія, є першою та останньою лінією оборони. Ким би ви не були, наявна система ООН робить вас все одно менше, ніж право вето, яке є лише у кількох та яке використовується одним – Росією, на шкоду всім іншим членам ООН. Цими днями в Генасамблеї дуже часто звучить слово «нерівність». І про нерівність говорять різні нації, ті, хто більший, і ті, хто менший. Саме нерівність робить зараз ООН недієздатний. Мені шкода, що Рада безпеки ООН зараз це лише найбільш помітна у світі трибуна, і я вірю, що ООН здатна. Я знаю, що ООН здатна на більше. Я впевнений, що статут ООН може реально працювати заради миру, заради безпеки в глобальному масштабі. Але для цього багаторічні розмови про проекти щодо реформування ООН повинні стати процесом, конкретним процесом реформування ООН. І має йтися не лише про представництво тут, у Раді безпеки. Застосування права вето – ось що потребує реформи. І це може стати ключовою реформою, тим, що повертає силу статуту ООН. Шановні пані та панове, 574 доби повномасштабної російської агресії – це 574 причини для змін в цій залі. І голосів за такі зміни насправді мільярди, абсолютно більшість людей в світі прагне світу без агресії. На противагу усім нам є лише одержимі в Москві. Вето не має слугувати зброєю для тих, хто одержимий ненавистю і війною. Ми бачимо в ООН зростання підтримки ідеї, що у випадках масованих жорстоких злочинів проти життя людей потрібна добровільна відмова від права вето. Але бачимо також, що Росія з власної волі не віддасть колись вкрадений привілей. І саме тому Генеральній асамблеї ООН треба дати реальну можливість долати вето. Це перший необхідний крок. Якщо війну неможливо зупинити через те, що всі зусилля блокуються вето агресора, чи того, хто потурає агресору, потрібно виносити це питання на розгляд Генеральної асамблеї за умови набрання 2/3 голосів, які відображатимуть волю націй із Азії, із Африки, з Європи, з обох Америк, з регіону Тихого океану. Глобальної кваліфікованої більшості вето має реально долатися. І така резолюція Генасамблеї повинна бути обов'язковою для виконання всіма державами-членами. Другий крок. Рада безпеки ООН має бути повністю підзвітною перед націями світу. Я вітаю пропозиції різних лідерів розширити представництво націй в Раді безпеки. Коло постійних членів Ради безпеки має відображати сучасність і справедливість. Україна вважає несправедливим, коли мільярди людей не мають свого постійного представництва в Раді безпеки. Африканський Союз має бути тут постійно. Азія заслуговує на ширше постійне представництво. Не може називати нормальним, коли такі нації, як Японія чи Індія або ісламський світ досі за бортом постійного представництва у Раді безпеки. Варто зважати на зміни, які відбулись в Європі. А саме Німеччина стала одним із ключових глобальних гарантів миру та безпеки, і це факт. А отже, факт і те, що Німеччина заслуговує на місце серед постійних членів Радбезу. Латинська Америка має бути тут представлена постійно, і держави Тихого океану. Втім, не можна обмежуватись увагою лише до тих, хто в топ-кріслах. Потрібне розширення участі і доступу до роботи Радбезу, Ради безпеки та її допоміжних органів для всіх членів Генеральної асамблеї, яких не визнано агресором. І водночас будь-яка участь будь-якої держави-члена Радбезу має призупинятися на час, коли така держава в порушення статуту ООН йде агресією проти іншої будь-якої нації. Третій крок. Потрібна система превенції агресії через раннє реагування на дії, спрямовані проти територіальної цілісності та суверенітету держав. Настав час це зробити. Націям світу варто погодити такий механізм реагування на агресію для захисту інших, який би кожен хотів для власної безпеки. Російське вторгнення в Україну показало, що саме може бути таким механізмом. Серед іншого, потужні санкції проти агресора. І не лише на етапі, коли вже відбулася Буча, але й на етапі, коли збирається армія вторгнення. Кожен, хто хоче почати війну, має бачити ще до своєї фатальної помилки, що саме втратить, коли почне війну. Питання про застосування превентивних санкцій має виноситись на розгляд Ради безпеки ООН автоматично, коли будь-який член Генеральної асамблеї заявляє про загрозу агресії. Українські солдати зараз своєю кров'ю роблять те, що Рада безпеки ООН має робити своїми голосуваннями, зупиняють агресію та захищають принципи статуту ООН. А тепер, що стосується територіальної цілісності, цей елемент статуту ООН, нашої формули миру, невід'ємно пов'язаний із питанням про очищення суверенної території держави від окупантів. Окупація – це бездонне джерело тротилу під міжнародним порядком, заснованим на правилах. Тож я наведу приклад конкретних дій, які мають бути реалізовані, аби архітектура безпеки була міцною. На прикладі України. І дуже конкретні речі. Конкретні, як і ми, українці. Перше. Повне виведення усіх російських військових та військових формувань, включно з Чорноморським флотом Росії, або тими дірявими коритами, які від нього залишаться за час війни, а також виведення усіх найманців та квазівійськових формувань Росії з усієї суверенної території України в межах наших міжнародно визнаних кордонів 1991 року. Друге. Повне повернення України ефективного контролю над усіма нашим державним кордоном та виключною економічною зоною в Чорному та Азовському морях, а також в Керченській протоці. Власне, тільки виконання таких двох пунктів матиме результатом чесне, надійне і повне припинення бойових дій. Шановні пані та панове, реформа таких міжнародних інституцій зазвичай робилася за результатами великих трагедій, результатами великих воєн. Ми не маємо чекати, коли завершиться ця агресія. Діяти треба вже зараз. Наше прагнення до миру має зробити реформ. Коли я готував українську формулу миру, я брав силу для її пунктів з принципів статуту ООН, виключно з принципів статуту ООН та резолюцій, які були ухвалені Генеральною асамблеєю. Саме це і дозволяє українській формулі миру ставати глобальною. Нації, які долучаються до роботи з формулою, усвідомлюють, що працюють заради міжнародного порядку, заснованого на правилах, заради захисту територіальної цілісності та суверенітету держав, захисту людських прав, недопущення агресії, геноцидної політики. Природньо, що епіцентром такої роботи має бути ця зала Ради безпеки ООН, і в ще більшій мірі зала Генеральної асамблеї. Якщо для цього треба провести реформу інституцій ООН, значить треба не боятися реформ. Ми готові спільно з членами ООН, які беруть участь у формулі миру, працювати над відповідними проектами резолюцій та поправок до статуту ООН. Я хочу, щоб для усіх в світі було чітким, що саме Україна пропонує, коли звертається до націй світу із закликом приєднуватися до спільної роботи над реалізацією формули миру. Кожна держава може проявити своє лідерство в рамках того чи іншого або кількох чи усіх пунктів формули миру. Формуємо групи згідно із пунктами формули миру, в яких працюють радники лідерів держав з питань національної безпеки та дипломатичні представники. В групах визначається перелік рішень та нормотворчих пропозицій, які мають бути імплементовані, щоб відповідний пункт формули миру був реалізований. Ми готові провести установчий саміт лідерів, далі 10 конференцій на рівні радників, дипломатичних представників, голів парламентів, згідно із 10 пунктами формули миру. Згодом ці проекти, підготовлені радниками, виносяться на розгляд лідерів держав на відповідному заключному саміті. Таким чином, всі нації світу, які поважають мир, можуть реально взяти участь в поверненні саме миру. Співпраця – це завжди ключове слово для України в міжнародних відносинах. Саме це слово ключове саме для миру. Тож, хай панує мир, хай сильніше стають наші з вами інституції і наша з вами співпраця. Я вам дуже дякую за можливість звернутися, дякую за запрошення, дякую за увагу. Слава Україні!
I thank His Excellency President Zelensky for his briefing, and I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Head of State and Governments, distinguished representatives. Thank you all for being here today. The presence of such considerable number of dignitaries speaks to the very high importance of the issue at hand. Thank you, Secretary General, for your remarks. They resonate with and reflect the values and principles of our organization. President Zelensky, I'm grateful for your presence here at such a tragic moment in your country's history. Your strong words translate the pain of your compatriots and convey very clearly, together with your firm determination, the grit of your people and the unwavering hope of your nation. Excellencies, while today the world needs more than ever an acute sense of responsibility from all of us to confront the multiple challenges and threats facing our planet, conflicts, unconstitutional seizures of power, climate change, devastating floods and unforgiving droughts, including unpredictable and severe wildfires, what we witness instead is more and more disruptive attitudes, reckless acts, and growing conflictuality within and among states. In many parts of the world, the examples of force have proliferated, while the force of example has become a rarity. Who could have imagined, until not long ago, that in the third decade of the 21st century, a disastrous war, started by a permanent member of this Council, would put Europe at risk by brutally undermining all the principles that gave birth to the United Nations? Who could have imagined, until only a few years ago, that an unjustified, unjust, and unprovoked military aggression of a big country against a new democracy would not be immediately, promptly, and universally condemned by all the nations who gather here and share the same goals and principles? How to understand the yes, but, or calls on both sides with arguments in order to avoid calling a spade, and which refuse to call a brutal aggression by its only and real name, a man-made tragedy that is inflicting untold suffering to the Ukrainian people, but also reverberating across world regions, hurting growth, raising prices, and threatening with hunger and starvation hundreds of millions of people. An aggression in the heart of Europe cannot be Europe's problem only, as some think, as some say, or as some whisper. Cynics may think that Ukraine is just a problem dropped on the lap of the democratic West to deal with, and they even mumble that what goes around comes around, implying that this is a natural payback for what might have happened before, elsewhere, in other times. Is it? Really? I invite everyone to think twice. This war of aggression must be everyone's business. Let me remind us by paraphrasing the tragic account by Martin Niemöller. First they came for Georgia. I did not speak out. Then they came for Crimea. It was not my country, so I did not speak out. Then they came for the whole Ukraine, but I was not Ukrainian, and I did not speak out. And then they came for me, but there was no one left to help and defend me. As we speak, there have been more than 26,000 civilians that have passed away. Tomorrow the number will be higher, and it will increase every other day for as long as this war continues. Given the inexcusable nuclear saber rattling that keeps coming time and again from different layers of the Kremlin, one is right to fear that one day, God forbid, this madness could turn into something far worse. And don't forget, as unimaginable today as this war was yesterday. Excellencies, we have a duty to help those in need, and in this respect, Ukraine and Ukrainians. We may differ, of course we may differ, on how to support Ukraine in its fight for freedom and dignity. We may have different views on how to end this war. Let's discuss them. But it would be an insult to the intelligence of this organization if we fail to unanimously recognize and say loudly who is the aggressor and who is the aggressed. It is the same sharp difference between war and peace as Tolstoy would remind you. Go back and read him. If we fail to admit this crystal clear truth, we are not only letting down Ukraine and its people, we are failing our core responsibility, compromising the future, and betraying all our children, from Brazil to Spain, from the Arctic to the Southern Pole. The struggle of Ukraine is also the struggle of everyone who aspires to live in a world where nations are free and equal, where territorial integrity is undisputable and their right to live in peace is unquestionable. The contrary is not only short-sighted, but utterly dangerous for everyone under this roof. This is why everyone has to do its part. Albania is a small country. Our continued support to Ukraine may not change the dynamics on the battleground, but it contributes to not rewarding aggression, to not accepting annexation, and not letting the obvious become dubious. And again, I repeat, we may differ on how to deal with this. We may have different views on how to go towards peace. But how possibly we can have different views on who is the aggressor and who is the aggressed? Excellence, le devoir principal du Conseil de sécurité est d'agir, et ce de manière décisive, au nom du monde entier,
on behalf of the entire world and
on ne peut
in the
pas en
service of the
vouloir
world.
à ceux, toujours plus
We
nombreux,
can well understand
qui se demandent
those who are
mais que fait-il
many in
le
number
Conseil de
who ask,
sécurité?
what is the Security Council
L'usage
doing?
abusif du droit de veto
The abusive
a
use of the
tristement
right to veto,
pris le Conseil
sadly,
de sécurité en otage.
has held
Il
the
l'a
Security Council
paralysé.
hostage. It has
Mais
paralyzed
il ne
the
l'a pas réduit au
Council,
silence, quand
but
même,
it has not reduced it to
comme en
silence,
témoigne cette réunion.
as we can
Nous ne
see.
pouvons pas accepter que la force
The
des
proof
règles
is here in this
et des
meeting.
valeurs
The force of
qui nous
rules and
réunissent
values bring us
soit
together.
remplacée par la règle de la force
They should not be
et des
replaced
antivaleurs.
by rules of
Nous
force
refusons d'être complices
and
d'un bouleversement dangereux
with the
de l'ordre
rejection of
mondial
values.
dont les
The
conséquences ne
world
peuvent
is
qu'être
dangerously
imprévisibles, sinon tragiques
tipping
pour tous.
into what could become a
Excellencies,
tragedy
let me
for all of
conclude
us.
by recalling the experience of the Western Balkans. We have seen where the path of brutality can lead to, and the tremendous costs it brings for all, including for the perpetrators. History has confirmed that those who saw war as a shortcut to achieve their goals ended up regretting it forever. Russia has tried many times to use, or better, misuse, the changed reality in the Western Balkans, particularly the birth of the Republic of Kosovo, to justify their neo-imperial dreams and the subsequent nightmare they have exported in Ukraine. No matter how hard one may try, Kosovo, whose independence has been sanctioned by the International Court of Justice, Chapter 14 of this Charter of United Nations, International Court of Justice, cannot serve as a pretext for territory grab or illegal annexations. If today a lasting peace in our region is within reach, this has to do first and foremost with the lesson learned that the most efficient way to overcome the past and shape a common future is through cooperation, not through division, by promoting free movement of people, goods, services, capitals, not by raising artificial barriers, by building bridges for our kids to enjoy freedom and prosperity, whatever their language, whatever their race, whatever their nationality, not erecting walls for our ghosts of the past to seek and hide in endless blame games. I'll end with this. The preamble of the United Nations Charter calls on us to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors. Important decisions are never a matter of chance. They are always a matter of choice. Albania has made its choice to stand for peace, development and progress, to stand with the aggressed, not with the aggressors, to stand with and to stand for Ukraine. Thank you. I resume now my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Guillermo Lasso Mendoza, Constitutional President of the Republic of Ecuador.
Su Excelencia Edi Rama,
Your Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania and President of the Security Council.
Permítame primeramente felicitarlo por la impecable conducción del Consejo de Seguridad
I would like
durante
to
este mes de
thank you
septiembre.
for your
Le
conduct of
agradezco
the Security
además por
Council
convocar
during
este
this
debate
month.
central cuando estamos por cumplir 19 meses
It
desde el
has
inicio
been
de la
almost
agresión
19
militar
months
contra Ucrania. Destaco
since
también
the beginning of
la
the war of
exposición
aggression
del
against
secretario
Ukraine,
general Antonio
the
Guterres
briefing
y
provided by
apoyo su
Secretary General
permanente llamado
Antonio
a la
Guterres
Federación de Rusia para que
continues
le
to
dé a la
appeal to
paz
the Russian
una
Federation
oportunidad.
to give peace an
Esta guerra
opportunity.
no puede continuar un día más. La
This
Federación
war
de
cannot go
Rusia
on yet another
debe
day.
suspender de
The Russian
inmediato sus
Federation must
operaciones
immediately
militares,
suspend its military
conforme le fue
operations in accordance
ordenado por la Corte
with the
Internacional de
order
Justicia,
of the
el
International
más
Court of
alto
Justice,
tribunal de esta
the ruling of
organización,
that court,
el
the
16 de
highest
marzo del 2022.
legal system
Y es que esta guerra prolongada,
in the world on the
que primero
16th of
fue
March
negada
2022.
y
This
luego
prolonged war
pretendió
was
ser una
initially
mera
denied
operación
and
militar
was called a
especial,
mere special
además
military
de destruir
operation, in
Ucrania,
addition to
cobrando
destroying
la vida de
Ukraine,
miles de
costing the
personas,
lives of thousands of
está quebrando
people.
los
It is
principios y
undermining
los
the
objetivos
very
más sagrados de la Carta
purposes
de
and
las Naciones
principles
Unidas,
enshrined
en
in the United
particular
Nations
el de
Charter,
la
in
integridad
particular
territorial.
that of territorial
Al
integrity.
origen de esta organización,
At the origin of this
los pueblos de
organization,
las
when this
Naciones
organization
Unidas,
was built, we, the
resolvimos
peoples of the United
preservar
Nations,
a las generaciones
determined to
venideras
preserve and spare
del
future
flagelo de la
generations
guerra,
from the scourge of
y
war.
con tal fin a practicar
And
la
to that end,
tolerancia
to practice
y convivir en
tolerance
paz
and to
como buenos
coexist in
vecinos.
peace as good
Sobre
neighbors.
esa base
On that
se erigió la
basis,
Carta de las
the
Naciones
United
Unidas,
Nations Charter
que
was
es
built.
una sola.
It
El Ecuador ya lo ha
is
dicho
unique.
antes y
Ecuador
hoy
has said this
insistimos.
before, and we would
No
insist
hay
on
una
this point again
carta
today.
para el sur,
There is
y
not a
otra
charter for
para
the
el norte,
south and another
ni
charter
hay
for the
una
north,
para
nor
occidente
is there a
y otra
charter for the
para
west
oriente.
and one charter
En
for the
todos los
east.
idiomas,
In
el
all
contenido de la
languages, the
carta es el
content
mismo.
of the charter is the
Ella
same.
es una e indivisible.
It is
No hay una
one
versión
and
en
indivisible.
ruso
There is
y
not
una
one version
distinta en
in Russian
español.
and a different
En
version in
ningún caso
Spanish.
está
In no
autorizado el
case
recurso de la fuerza
is the use of
contra
force
la integridad territorial
to be
o
used
la
against the territorial
independencia
integrity
política
or
de
the
un
political
Estado
independence
o
of
en
a
cualquier
state,
forma
or to
incompatible
be used
con
in
los
any way which
propósitos
runs
de las
counter
Naciones
to the
Unidas.
purposes of the
¿Cómo
United Nations.
pretender sostener los
How can
principios
we
de la Carta de
uphold the
Naciones
principles
Unidas
and purposes of
para
the
un
UN Charter
multilateralismo efectivo
for
y al
effective
mismo tiempo
multilateralism and at the
invadir
same
al país
time
vecino
invade a
o no
neighboring
condenar
country
esa
or
invasión
not condemn that
manteniendo
invasion,
indiferencia o
maintaining
complicidad?
indifference or
Por el
complicity?
contrario,
On
para
the contrary,
defender la integridad
to defend the
territorial de los
territorial
estados
integrity of states
necesitamos respetar
means
e
that we must
implementar los
respect and
dispositivos
implement
de la
the
Carta de la ONU,
provisions of the UN
mantener
Charter.
la paz
We must
y la seguridad,
maintain
no
international peace and
agredir a
security,
terceros estados
not
y
to
abstenernos de
aggress a
votar
third
en las
state, and to
controversias de las
abstain
que
from
somos
voting
parte.
in
Hay
disputes
quienes
where we're a
atribuyen
party.
la crisis de
There
paz
are
y
those who
seguridad
say that the
a
crisis of peace and
supuestas
security
insuficiencias
is
de
due
la
to
Carta.
supposed shortcomings in the Charter, but no reform,
nuevo marco
no
institucional
new
será
international framework
suficiente
will be
para la
sufficient
paz y la seguridad
for peace
si
and
los estados
security
no se
if
determinan
states
a
are not
respetar y
determined
aplicar
to
esos
respect and
principios
implement
superiores.
these higher principles.
¿Qué veneno más letal para el multilateralismo
What
que
a
una
fatal blow
invasión
for
y ocupación
multilateralism
militar
to have a
contra el país
military
vecino?
invasion of a
Esta
neighboring
guerra
country.
que
This
afectó la
war,
dinámica de
which has
trabajo
impacted
de este Consejo,
the
sigue
dynamics
poniendo a
and the
prueba
work done in
la
this Security
confianza
Council
en el
continues
sistema
to
de
undermine
Naciones Unidas.
trust in the UN
Sin
system.
embargo, más
However,
allá de las dificultades que
beyond
enfrenta
the difficulties
este órgano
which this
para
body
lograr una
is
respuesta
facing
concreta,
to have
debo
a clear
destacar
cut
la
response to
enorme
this issue, we
contribución de
must
las
underscore
Naciones
the enormous
Unidas
contribution
con
of the
miles de
United
personas
Nations
y
for
socios
millions
humanitarios
of peoples
en el
and
terreno
humanitarian
brindando
groups
asistencia
working
de
on the
emergencia,
ground,
en
providing
particular
emergency
a
assistance,
mujeres
in
y
particular
niños.
to women and
Reconozco los
children.
esfuerzos
I
del
recognize the
secretario
efforts
general en
of
materia
the Secretary
humanitaria,
General in the humanitarian
incluyendo
sphere,
en lo que fue
including
la iniciativa de los cereales del Mar Negro
the Black Sea
y que
Grain
llamamos
Initiative,
a que se retome.
and we ask that
Señor
that initiative be
Presidente,
resumed.
estimados
Mr. President,
colegas,
distinguished colleagues,
existen narrativas corrosivas
there are
que
corrosive
pretenden
narratives
justificar esta
which
guerra,
claim to justify
pero
this
ninguna
war, but
justificación
there is no
tiene asidero
justification
jurídico.
with any
nos ha
legal
dicho, por
foundation. We have been told,
que la
for
invasión
example,
contra
that the
Ucrania
invasion of
es en
Ukraine
respuesta
is
a una
in
supuesta
response
conjura de países
to
de
a
Occidente
supposed
para debilitar a Rusia.
group of
Se nos ha
countries of the
dicho
West aiming
que
to
Rusia
weaken
está
Russia.
actuando
We've been told
en
that Russia is
autodefensa
acting in
ante
self-defense
políticas
in the face of
antirrusas
anti-Russian
con
policies
respecto a ciertos habitantes
with
o
regard to
contra la
some
cultura
inhabitants
rusa.
or against
Pero qué
Russian
mayor
culture.
acto de xenofobia
But
o
what greater act
desprecio
of
por el otro
xenophobia or
que la
disregard
guerra
for
contra
one's
el otro.
neighbor than to
Tampoco
carry
es
out a
verdad
war against
que
one's
existía
neighbor?
una
There's
posición
little
diferente
truth
en el denominado sur global.
in that
Basta con mirar el
position.
patrón de
We need only
votaciones
look at the
de
pattern
la
of
Asamblea
voting
General
in the General
al momento
Assembly
de adoptar las resoluciones
when
sobre la
resolutions
integridad territorial de
have
Ucrania,
been adopted on the
con una
territorial
mayoría
integrity of Ukraine
absolutamente
with
clara.
a vast
Por
and
supuesto,
clear majority, of
no hay
course.
veto que detenga
There is
la
no
fuerza de la Asamblea
veto
al
which can
momento de
halt the force
defender
of the
la
General Assembly
integridad
when it comes to
territorial de sus
defending the
miembros.
territorial integrity of
Y
its
esa
members.
mayoría no es una
And this
mayoría de
majority
alineamiento
is not a
como
majority of
ciertas partes
alliances or
pretenden.
partnerships as some
El
claim.
Ecuador rechaza
Ecuador
toda
rejects
invasión
any
independientemente del
invasion,
país que la
regardless
cometa,
of the country
más
committing
aún
that invasion.
si ese país
Moreover, and in
ocupa un
particular,
puesto
if that
permanente
country
en
holds
este
a
hemiciclo.
permanent seat
El
in this
secretario
body.
general
The Secretary General
Boutros Ghali
Boutros Ghali
afirmaba
affirmed
que solo un poder puede imponer
only
el
a
orden
power
a un
can
caos.
impose order on chaos.
Es el poder de los
It is the
principios
power
que trascienden las percepciones
principles which
cambiantes
transcend
de la
changing
conveniencia a
perceptions of
corto plazo.
coexistence in the short term.
Señores y señoras,
Ladies and gentlemen,
entre los cientos de miles de
among the
personas
hundreds of
que habían
thousands of
huido de la
people
guerra,
who have fled war,
estaban cerca
There
de
were
1 millar de ecuatorianos, muchos de los cuales debimos
there were
evacuar
many,
en el
many
marco de
Ecuadorians,
operaciones de
many of them
emergencia
had to
con un
flee
equipo de
through
apoyo
emergency
en
operations
Ucrania
with
y
a
los
support
países
team
vecinos.
out of Ukraine
Ellos
and
fueron
into
de los
neighboring
primeros
countries.
impactados por las
These
graves
people were
consecuencias
some of the first
humanitarias
people
de la
impacted by the
invasión
serious
que año y
humanitarian
medio más
fallout of this
tarde
invasion,
se sigue deteriorando,
which
con
continues to
millones de
worsen.
personas
Millions
forzadas a
of
salir
people are
de
now
sus hogares,
forced to leave their
siendo las más
homes.
afectadas
They
las
have
mujeres,
been the
las
hardest
niñas
hit,
y los
primarily
niños.
women, girls,
Esta
and
guerra
boys.
además
are the ones who are
sigue
hardest hit.
teniendo
This war
consecuencias
has
globales.
continued to have a global
Exacerbó la
impact as
amenaza
well.
nuclear,
It has exacerbated
agravó
the
la
nuclear
inseguridad
threat. It has
alimentaria
led to
global
global
y
food
afectó las
insecurity,
economías,
and it has
en
impacted
particular
economies,
de los
in
países en
particular
desarrollo.
the economies of
Por
developing
todo lo
countries.
anterior,
For all of these
llamo a los
reasons,
miembros del
we
Consejo
appeal to the
a
members
que de
of the Security
manera
Council
individual y colectiva
individually and
redoblemos nuestro
collectively
apoyo
to redouble
para que los
our
esfuerzos
support
y buenos
so that the
oficios
efforts
del
and the good
secretario
offices
general
of the
puedan
Secretary General
profundizarse en
can
lo humanitario y en lo político,
be played
de
out on
manera
a
que
humanitarian
se
and
pueda
political
avanzar
fronts so
sin
that
más demora
we can
hacia una
work
paz
towards
justa,
just
basada en la
peace
integridad
based
territorial
on
y en los
territorial
principios
integrity
de la
and on
Carta
the
de las
principles
Naciones
of the UN
Unidas.
Charter
Muchas
immediately.
gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to His Excellency Mr. Lasso Mendoza for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana.
Mr. President, I thank you for making me a part of this important meeting on how we can uphold better the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter, with the unfortunate tragic events in Ukraine serving as the backdrop. I'm grateful to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for making a compelling case of the shared benefits we derive as member states when we choose to be peace-loving, as required by the Charter. Mr. President, none of us here in this chamber can claim not to be aware that our world is in a troubled place. The sharp differences in geopolitical competition among major powers and the intense convergence of the crises in the world, particularly of conflicts, climate change, inequality, unconstitutional changes of government, and unsustainable development, have undermined global trust and solidarity and unraveled the common logic that has prevailed since 1945, which is, it is better to suffer the inadequacies of the multilateral system for the greater good than to pursue the chaos of the unknown for national advantage. In this context, and being mindful of the reality that neither geographic boundaries nor political ideologies have been able to isolate any state from the burden of the prevailing crises, Ghana continues to hope in earnest for an end to the war against Ukraine and for the construction of a future marked by peaceful coexistence, mutual cooperation, and brotherly relations between the two neighboring countries. Indeed, the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine is plainly wrong, and we have said so on many platforms. The war has had an increasingly devastating toll on the people of Ukraine and the rest of the world, particularly for those of us in Africa, and has challenged our shared values of international peace and security. The turnings of the war have constrained collective efforts in reinvigorating multilateralism and impeded common approaches to confront effectively several complex challenges of our time. For those of us in Ghana, however, the unfolding situation is not a lost cause. Whilst we are rightfully distressed by what is happening around us, we believe that together we can still mitigate the challenges of the unknown if we are prepared to cooperate for a peaceful, careful, managed process of the reform of global institutions that would redistribute fairly responsibilities and authority to reflect the present realities of our world. We also believe that history has a lesson to teach, and the painful lessons of the two previous world wars inspired the solemn commitments made by the founders of the United Nations to refrain from the use of force in their relations among states. That common understanding to replace force and might with the rule of law, cooperation, and the peaceful settlement of disputes underpins the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter and remains valid if we are to avoid a Hobbesian state of affairs in interstate relations. We must thus work together strongly to reverse the growing fragmentation of our world and the elevation of nationalist ideologies and actions above commonly accepted rules. Violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of states and attempts to normalize such violations or selectively apply the rules of international law and the Charter would only undermine the promise of the past and the hope for future generations. It is in this regard that Ghana continues to be a firm advocate for dialogue and diplomacy in resolving the Russian war against Ukraine. We do not do so because of want of a resolution of the dispute at any cost, but united in our belief with many others, we believe the only pathway for a comprehensive, peaceful, and sustainable resolution of the dispute is one that must be just and based on the Charter of the United Nations and international law. In taking a principled position on the conflict in Ukraine, Ghana has been concerned about the ramifications of the war on the global community and multilateralism. We therefore welcome the opportunity that the new agenda for peace provides, which is to reset our common understanding on how, among others, we relate with each other as states, can reinforce the preemptory norms of international law that have provided us stability for almost 8 decades, and find new ways of addressing old challenges that continue to undermine states and the sovereignty of nations. Mr. President, in support of the choices we need to make for a renewed and inclusive multilateralism, I would want to share 3 key messages. Firstly, many of the organs and institutions established by the Charter, such as for the Security Council, continue to be relevant, but the Council's composition and working methods need renewal through the completion of the long outstanding reforms. In support of the Common African Position on Security Council reforms contained in the Azulwini Consensus, Ghana urges a transformation of the dialogue among member states to envisage an endpoint that delivers a Security Council that is representative and which also addresses the historical injustice done the continent of Africa. To overcome knotty discussions around the veto, we encourage the ongoing efforts to limit its use and the subsequent placement of a moratorium on its use that will lead progressively to its removal over a reasonable period of time. We cannot continue to have a Security Council that is structurally limited from being effective and yet demands universal acceptance for its decisions. As with many other things in life, with changes, we need to adapt, and with authority comes a responsibility that must be kept. Secondly, the peace of the world is indivisible and integrated with all other global arrangements beyond our collective security. Our efforts of preventive diplomacy must be comprehensive and broad-based. We need to be aware that, for instance, inimical economic and financial policies have an enduring impact on peace, and that global policies in the structure and functioning of international institutions cannot remove the centrality of peace from their raison d'etre. We must strengthen in a comprehensive and integrated manner our efforts in preventing the outbreak of violence or resurgence of new conflicts. Thirdly and finally, multilateralism at the global level must be accompanied by effective regional partnerships, partnerships that help to anticipate better threats to our common humanity, which prioritize specific means for resolving differences and which cuts across regions to enhance its effectiveness when required. When we fail to leverage fully the potential of regional bodies, we can only have ourselves to blame when multilateral efforts at the global level are unable to deliver. In ending, I call again for peace in Ukraine and emphasize, as my delegation has often done in this Council, that there is no alternative to winning the peace in Ukraine. We hope the Council can help this United Nations to assume an enhanced role in support of peace efforts around the world, but in particular in Ukraine, for the benefit of all peoples. Mr. President, I thank you for your indulgence.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Akufo-Addo for his statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alain Berset, President of the Swiss Federation.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Tout d'abord pour avoir organisé ce débat. J'aimerais aussi saisir cette occasion pour remercier le secrétaire général des Nations Unies pour son intervention, mais bien au-delà de son intervention, pour l'engagement à la paix, pour faire progresser la paix, pour faire progresser le dialogue, plutôt surtout quand c'est le plus difficile. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le constat tout d'abord, ce constat il n'est pas positif. L'époque que nous traversons est marquée par
are marked by
la remise en question du
the
multilatéralisme,
questioning of multilateralism,
la multiplication
the
des
multiplication
conflits,
of conflict,
le creusement des
conflicts,
inégalités.
and the deepening
Et
of
la question qu'on doit se
inequalities.
poser, c'est où est notre
And
responsabilité
there's a
ici? Où est
question,
notre
where's our responsibility? Where does our
commune, à nous
responsibility,
qui
our
sommes
shared
réunis
responsibility
ici?
lie? Our responsibility,
c'est
we who have
au moins,
convened
pour le
here,
minimum, de
at the very
rappeler
minimum,
les
that is
principes
to
essentiels
recall
inscrits dans la
the
Charte des Nations
essential
Unies.
principles
J'en ai un
enshrined in the
exemplaire
Charter
avec
of the
moi,
United
évidemment.
Nations. I've
Et c'est de
a
veiller à
copy here,
remplir le
of
mandat
course, and to
qu'elle nous
fulfill
a
the
confié.
mandate which has been
Ce texte
entrusted to us.
fondamental
This core
exprime
text
notre
expresses
volonté
our
commune,
desire, our shared
la volonté commune
desire,
de tous les
the
peuples
shared desire
de
of
vivre
all
en
peoples
paix.
to
Et
live
ce texte
in
est le
peace.
garant
And
des
this
valeurs
text is the
universelles, des
guarantor
grands
of
principes de
universal
l'ordre
values, the overarching
multilatéral,
principles of a
de l'égalité
multilateral
souveraine des
order,
États,
sovereign equality
à
of
l'interdiction
states,
du recours à la
and
force,
a prohibition on the
de
use
la défense
of
des droits
force,
humains, en
defense
passant par
of
le
human
progrès
rights,
économique et
including
social
economic,
des peuples.
social progress
Et dans la
for
guerre, eh bien, nous le
people.
savons, dans
And
la
in this
guerre,
war, as
c'est
we
la
know,
souffrance
during
des
war,
civils qui est
the
un
suffering of
dénominateur
civilians
commun.
is a
C'est toujours la
common
souffrance des
denominator.
civils.
It is always civilian suffering.
Or, le droit international
And
humanitaire
international humanitarian law
nous impose et
and
impose des obligations à toutes les
imposes
parties
obligations upon
à un
us and
conflit.
upon all parties
Comme vous le savez, la
to
Suisse est
conflict. As you are aware,
dépositaire des conventions
Swiss
de
is a
Genève.
depository of the Geneva
Nous
Conventions.
sommes fidèles à
We
une
are
très longue tradition
faithful
dans ce
to the
domaine et nous
long-standing
sommes
tradition in this
très
regard, and
déterminés
we are very much
à défendre
staunchly
et à faire
determined
respecter le
to
droit
uphold it and to ensure
humanitaire
respect for
international.
international
Et comme membre
humanitarian
de ce Conseil,
law. And
nous
as
nous
members
engageons
of
à
the
remplir ce
Council,
mandat
we have
clair, ce
committed
mandat
to commit
unique
and
que la Charte des
implement this
Nations
clear,
Unies
unique
nous
mandate
confère
conferred
à
upon us
nous
by the
toutes
Charter of the
et
United
tous,
Nations,
toutes et
conferred
tous
upon
ici,
all of
le
us
maintien de la
here,
paix et le
namely the
maintien de la
maintenance
sécurité
of
internationale.
international peace and security.
Et avec l'agression militaire russe
With
contre
Russia's
l'Ukraine,
military aggression against
la Charte est
Ukraine,
violée à grande
the
échelle.
Charter has been violated at a large
Pourtant,
scale.
séance après
On a
séance, la
massive scale,
Fédération
yet
de
session
Russie,
after session,
membre permanent
Russia,
de ce
a
Conseil,
permanent member of this
nie
council,
sa
has been
responsabilité,
denying its responsibility.
sa responsabilité
Its
envers les milliers de morts et
responsibility
de
for the
blessés en Ukraine,
thousands of dead and
la
wounded in
responsabilité envers les
Ukraine,
millions
its
de
responsibility
personnes
for the
déplacées et
millions
enfin
of displaced
la
persons, and
responsabilité
finally its
envers celles et ceux
responsibility
qui
for
sont plongés
all
dans une profonde
those
insécurité
plunged
où qu'ils se
into
trouvent dans le
deep
monde,
insecurity
y
wherever
compris
they
d'ailleurs
are
en
in the
Russie.
world, including, incidentally,
Les
in Russia.
conséquences de cette
The
guerre,
consequences of this
Excellences,
war,
chers collègues, mesdames et
distinguished
messieurs, les
colleagues, ladies and
conséquences de
gentlemen,
cette
the
guerre sont
consequences of
planétaires.
this
La
war are
sécurité
planetary
alimentaire
in
mondiale
nature.
est fragilisée.
Global food security has been
Le secteur
undermined.
énergétique
The
est
energy
perturbé. Les
sector
risques
has been
nucléaires
disrupted.
augmentent.
Nuclear risks
Les
are
inégalités se
increasing.
creusent.
Inequalities are
La
growing.
Suisse attend de la Fédération
Switzerland
de Russie qu'elle respecte la
demands that the
Charte,
Russian Federation
qu'elle
respect
respecte ses
the
principes,
Charter, that it
et nous
respect
appelons encore
its
une fois la
principles.
Russie
And
à
once again,
cesser
we
les
call upon the Russian
hostilités,
Federation to
à
cease
retirer ses
hostilities,
troupes du
to
territoire
withdraw
ukrainien et à
its troops
respecter
from
la
Ukrainian
souveraineté et
territory, and
l'intégrité
respect the
territoriale
sovereignty
de
and
l'Ukraine.
territorial integrity of Ukraine.
Oui, mesdames et messieurs, si le
Ladies and
mandat du Conseil
gentlemen,
de sécurité est
while the
clair,
mandate of the Security Council is clear,
celui-ci n'affiche pas
it is
toujours
not
l'efficacité
always
voulue.
as effective as it
alors
should
qu'il s'agit
be,
de sauver
as
des
one
vies,
would
de
desire.
garantir la sécurité
While the
globale, de
objective is to
renforcer la
save lives,
stabilité,
guarantee global
nos
security,
discussions
reinforce
s'enlisent
stability,
dans
our
des cycles qui
discussions are
n'aboutissent
bogged
pas
down
à
on
des résultats
issues
sur
that
certaines questions.
fail to produce tangible
Ce
results
Conseil ne
on
doit
certain
pas
issues.
gaspiller
This
le
Council
bien le
must
plus
not
précieux
squander
dont
the
il
most
dispose,
precious
c'est la
asset
confiance.
at
La
its
confiance de
disposal,
celles et ceux
the
qui comptent
trust of those who
sur nos
rely
travaux
on it,
pour
to
garantir, pour leur
work to
garantir une
guarantee
vie
them
dans la dignité
a
et
life
dans la paix.
in dignity and peace.
Et nous avons des moyens
And we
pour
have
remplir
the means
ce mandat.
to fulfill this
En
mandate,
témoignent les
as
26
has been
résolutions
illustrated in the
que
26
ce
resolutions
Conseil a
that the
adoptées depuis
Security
le mois de
Council has
janvier.
adopted since the month of
Des
January.
résolutions qui
These
visent
are
à promouvoir la
resolutions that are
paix
geared towards
et la
promoting peace and
sécurité en
security
Colombie,
in
en
Colombia,
Afghanistan,
in
en
Afghanistan,
Irak
in Iraq,
et au Soudan
and
du Sud. Et
in
ces
South
exemples
Sudan. And these
sont
examples
vraiment là pour nous
are
rappeler
really
que le
there to
Conseil
show
de
us that
sécurité,
the Security
même si c'est
Council,
plus
even
difficile qu'avant,
though it is more
a
difficult than
gardé
in
et
the
doit garder
past,
sa capacité d'action.
has retained
Bien
its
sûr, ce
capacity
Conseil a
for
besoin
action.
d'urgence
Of course,
de
there's
réforme.
an urgent need for
La Suisse, d'ailleurs,
reform, and
s'engage depuis
Switzerland
de
has been
nombreuses
committed
années
for a number
pour
of
une meilleure
years to
représentativité, à
greater and
commencer
better
par les pays
representation,
africains,
beginning with
et
African
pour de
countries,
meilleures méthodes de
committed
travail.
also to better working
Et pourtant, et
methods.
nous le savons bien toutes
And
et
yet
tous,
we are
aucune
all aware of the
réforme ne
fact that
remplacera
no
la
reform
volonté
can
des États
replace the
à
will
respecter la
of
Charte.
states to respect the Charter.
Dans le nouvel agenda pour la
In the
paix,
new agenda for
le
peace,
secrétaire général a
the
indiqué une marche à
Secretary
suivre pour
General
la suite.
has indicated further
Pour
steps
renforcer notre action et
forward
renforcer
to step
l'action
up our
multilatérale.
action and multilateralism,
Resserrer les rangs,
to
resserrer les rangs
strengthen
derrière les
to
principes
close
d'universalité,
ranks around the
de
principles of
solidarité
universality,
et
of
de confiance.
solidarity and
Et nous
trust.
assumons ce devoir de
And
solidarité.
we have been assuming
En
this
Ukraine,
duty
nous
of
nous engageons à
solidarity.
alléger
In
les
Ukraine,
souffrances
we
de
are
la
committed to
population
alleviating
civile, à rendre
the suffering of
justice
the
aux
civilian
victimes,
population,
à promouvoir une
rendering
solution
justice to the
politique
victims,
au
promoting
conflit le
a
moment venu.
political solution
Nous
to the
avons
conflict
ouvert
in
nos
due
portes
time.
aux
We
personnes
have
fuyant la
opened
guerre.
our doors to
Nous
people
apportons un
fleeing the
soutien
war.
humanitaire.
We
Nous
have been delivering
collaborons avec le gouvernement
humanitarian
ukrainien
aid. We have been
pour le processus
collaborating
de
with the Ukrainian
reconstruction.
government on
Et
the
les
process of
tâches qui attendent
reconstruction.
l'Ukraine sont
And the
immenses.
challenges, the tasks facing
Pour ne donner
Ukraine,
qu'un
facing Ukraine
exemple,
are
une
immense.
surface
To give
quatre
just one
fois plus
example,
grande que la
an
Suisse.
area
Quatre
four
fois, alors c'est pas un très grand
times,
pays, mais quand
four
même.
times the size of Switzerland.
Quatre fois
Switzerland
la
is not a large
Suisse,
country.
ça
Four times
représente
the
le
large size
territoire
of
en Ukraine
Switzerland.
qui est minier.
That is the
Et là
territory of
aussi,
Ukraine which
nous
has been
soutenons le
contaminated with
déminage
mines.
humanitaire avec
And there too we have
notre
been supporting
savoir-faire et
humanitarian
ainsi
demining with our
avec la livraison
know-how
de
and
matériel. Et
with
c'est
deliveries
un
of
engagement que nous allons
equipment
encore
and a commitment
renforcer.
that we will
Et
continue
c'est
to
dans ce même
shore
esprit de
up.
solidarité
And it
que
is
nous
in the
appelons à
same
une
spirit of
relance de
solidarity
l'initiative de
that
la
we are
mer Noire.
calling for the
Et l'occasion
relaunching
aussi
of the Black
d'exprimer
Sea
toute la
Initiative.
gratitude de
We
la
wish to
Suisse
take this
envers le secrétaire
opportunity to
général pour
express
son
our gratitude
engagement
to the Secretary General
infatigable
for
dans ce
his
sens.
tireless efforts in this regard.
Excellences, chers collègues,
Excellencies, distinguished
le
colleagues,
multilatéralisme est la seule option.
multilateralism is the only
C'est
option.
la seule option pour
The
parvenir à
only
la paix, c'est
option
la seule
to
option
achieve
pour
peace, the
sortir des
only
logiques individuelles
way to move
dans
away
lesquelles
from
chacun
individualistic
ne cherche qu'à
thinking in
défendre
which
ses
each
intérêts ou à
side
maximiser son
seeks
influence.
only to
C'est la
defend their
seule
own
option
interests, to
pour
maximize their
relancer
own
la
influence,
recherche de
the
solutions communes
only option
durables
to
qui
relaunch
permettent
the
de
search for
garantir
common
une vie
sustainable
digne
solutions
pour
that
toutes et tous.
guarantee a
Et
dignified life
dans
for
cet
all.
esprit, avec cet
And against
esprit,
this
la
backdrop,
Suisse salue
in
les
this
initiatives
spirit,
diplomatiques
Switzerland
en faveur
welcomes
d'une paix durable en
diplomatic
Ukraine,
initiatives in favor of
d'une
a
paix
lasting peace
enracinée
in
dans la
Ukraine, a
Charte des
peace
Nations Unies,
rooted
cette charte
in
qui
the
est vraiment la
principles
pierre
of the Charter of the United
angulaire
Nations,
de
the
la
Charter which is
coexistence
truly the
pacifique
cornerstone of
de
peaceful
tous les
coexistence
États.
of all
Hier
states.
comme aujourd'hui,
In the
le
past
repli,
and today,
la menace, la violence
threats,
n'apporteront pas de réponse
isolationism,
au
violence
dysfonctionnement,
have
au déséquilibre
never
du monde dans
provided
lequel nous vivons.
answers to the dysfunctions
Et
and
ce
imbalances
Conseil,
of the world in which we
votre
live.
Conseil ne peut
And this
remplir avec
Council,
succès
Security
son
Council, can
mandat
only successfully
et donc
fulfill its
mettre en œuvre la
mandate.
volonté commune
Therefore,
des peuples du monde
to
de vivre en
therefore
paix et en
ensure the
sécurité.
common desire of
Nous
all
pouvons
people
le
of this
faire
world to
que
live in peace
si
and
nous
security
agissons
to
dans
be
un
made a
esprit de
reality.
confiance
Only
et de
can
can it achieve this if it acts in a spirit of trust and collaboration?
Cet esprit doit
This
guider
spirit needs,
nos
this
actions,
spirit must
chacune,
guide
chacun d'entre nous autour de
everyone
cette table.
around this
Aujourd'hui,
table.
nous avons l'opportunité de
Today we
changer
have an
les choses.
opportunity to
Nous avons
reverse
l'opportunité de
course, to
changer les choses, mais
change
il
the
faut le vouloir.
situation. We have this
Il faut le
opportunity,
vouloir
but there's a
ardemment.
need for
Parce
will
qu'une
to
paix
be there, for
durable
ardent will to
vaut
be there,
plus que
because
tout
a
gain
lasting peace
éphémère.
is worth
Merci.
more than any fleeting gain. Thank you.
Mr. Berset for his statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister of Japan.
議長、 最初に多国間主義とウクライナ情勢に関する安保理首脳級会合を開催したラマ・アルバニア首相のリーダーシップを高く評価いたします。また、ゼレンスキーウクライナ大統領の参加を歓迎いたします。現在、法の支配に基づく国際秩序は未曾有の危機、課題に直面をしています。国際秩序の基礎にあるのは国連憲章です。国連憲章は安全保障理事会が国際の平和及び安全の維持に主要な責任を負うと定めています。その安全保障理事会の一常任理事国が法の支配を蹂躙していることが原因となり、我々は今日この場に集まっています。議長、私は本年3月、キーウとブチャを訪問し、惨劇の現場も訪れました。その時の胸の張り裂けそうな思いは決して忘れません。日本はウクライナと共にある、その決意を新たにいたします。ロシアによるウクライナ侵略は、国連憲章を含む国際法の明白な違反であり、最も強い言葉でこれを非難いたします。侵略を直ちに停止し、即時かつ無条件に軍を撤退させなければなりません。平穏に確立した領域の状況を力や威圧によって一方的に変更しようとする試みは、世界のどこであっても許してはなりません。無責任な核のレトリック、ベラルーシへの核兵器配備、ザポリッチャ原子力発電所の占拠、軍事化は世界の平和と安定を脅かしています。ロシアの核による威嚇、ましてやその使用は断じて受け入れられません。安保理の決定を妨害し、その信用を失墜させる拒否権を乱用することは、国際社会として認められるものではありません。議長、ウクライナ侵略は世界中で無法の支配への懸念を深刻化させています。第2、第3のウクライナを生み出してはなりません。法の支配に基づく国際秩序を守り抜くためには、国連憲章の原則に基づく包括的、公正かつ永続的なウクライナの平和を実現させることが不可欠です。国連憲章に沿った基本原則を平和フォーミュラにおいて掲げるゼレンスキー大統領の真摯な取り組みを支持いたします。私自身、5月に広島でウクライナを含む国際社会の幅広い国々の首脳等とともに主権や領土一体性の尊重、紛争の平和的解決といった国連憲章の諸原則の重要性を確認いたしました。こうした議論を踏まえ、ウクライナに関する国家安全保障補佐官会合が2回開催されました。いわゆるグローバルサウスを含む多くの国が参加したことを歓迎し、引き続き我が国も積極的に貢献していきます。議長、ウクライナ侵略が難民、食料エネルギー安全保障、原子力安全等の深刻な問題を引き起こし、世界中で多くの人々を苦しめていることも忘れてはなりません。日本は各国と連携し、苦しむ人々に手を差し伸べる取り組みを進めることで一致いたしました。人間の尊厳を守るため、体制や価値観の違いを乗り越えて、人間中心の国際協力を進めていきます。議長、本日の討論のテーマである 効果的な多国間主義が今ほど求められている時代はありません。我々はウクライナに対する侵略をはじめとする幾多の惨禍を乗り越え、協調の精神に根ざした多国間主義を実現しなければなりません。こうした思いのもと、私自身、各国の首脳と議論を積み重ねてきました。安保理においても、日本は法の支配と平和構築に関する討論を主催し、国際社会のさまざまな声に耳を傾けました。多国間主義のもと、法の支配を擁護し、予防外交も含め、国際の平和及び安全に関する諸課題の解決に向けた取り組みを一層強化していきます。議長、今こそ1945年以来、我々加盟国が積み上げてきた国連憲章をはじめとする揺るぎない原則に立ち返り、分断や対立ではなく、協調の世界を目指すべきです。そのためには、国連の機能強化が喫緊の課題です。安保理は常任、非常任の両議席を拡大し、アフリカを含め、現在の世界の現実をよりよく反映させなければなりません。未来サミット、国連創設80周年を見据え、今こそ具体的行動に移るべきです。人間の尊厳を尊重する世界を目指し、困難に直面する人々に耳を傾け、共に困難に立ち向かう場としての国連を実現するため、歩みを進める時です。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
I thank His Excellency Mr. Kishida for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Robert Abella, Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta.
Thank you, Eddie, Mr. President. Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, excellencies, and also dear friends. First of all, I would like to kick off by thanking the Albanian presidency for having organized this high-level open debate of the Security Council. I also thank the Secretary General for sharing his thoughts with us earlier today. 12 years ago, soon after the outbreak of the Arab Spring, Malta had launched its bid to serve on the Security Council. That was a time, I remember, of turmoil, also instability in our immediate neighborhood, but also it was a time of hope and aspirations. The decision to embark on this journey stemmed from our commitment to the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. They are timeless and also universal and an integral part of our foreign policy. Our unwavering belief is that multilateralism, today's major theme that we are discussing, holds the answer to contemporary challenges, and that all countries should engage proactively to this end, and this served as our point of departure way back. Today, as elected members of this Council, these convictions continue to serve as our guiding light. Mr. President, more than ever, the world today needs an effective multilateral system with the United Nations at its core. We must redouble our efforts to uphold and also defend the fundamental principles that unite us. We must promote our common values at a time when they are being aggressively undermined and threatened. We must protect them and adequately respond to any contempt for these values. At the same time, we must not lose sight of the fact that we are living in a world where conflicts, unfortunately, are on the rise. The nuclear threat still looms. The climate crisis is, unfortunately, spiraling out of control. Democracy and human rights are under a systematic attack. Global inequalities are deepening. Disinformation and misinformation campaigns are feeding as well as amplifying tensions. No country by itself can tackle these complex and existential challenges. They require our full and collective attention, effective multilateralism is the only avenue to address these challenges in a decisive and holistic manner. Mr. President, if we are to reach these ambitious goals, we cannot resign ourselves to living in a world where might is right. Last year, the Russian Federation began its aggression against the Ukraine, violating its sovereignty and also its territorial integrity. These acts constitute a blatant violation of the United Nations Charter and also a violation of international law. They were overwhelmingly deplored and rejected by the General Assembly, who had called for Russia's immediate withdrawal of its military forces and the cessation of hostilities. This war profoundly undermines the multilateral system. It weakens and also destabilizes this very council. The immediate and long-term consequences of such actions by a permanent member of this council cannot be emphasized enough. And on the occasion of this debate, I reiterate Malta's full support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. I equally underline Ukraine's inherent right to self-defense as enshrined in Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. Ukrainian people have paid the heaviest price as a result of this unjustified and unprovoked war of aggression. It has led to another human-made catastrophe as the world was still struggling to find the path to normality following a crippling COVID pandemic. All wars are indeed devastating, and this is, of course, no exception. Lost lives are gone forever and will never be recovered. The scars of those wounded, injured, and traumatized by conflict never fully heal. Once the fighting is over, the road to recovery will still be a long and arduous one. Through its actions, Russia did not only bring war back to Europe's shores, it also generated a global food crisis that has seriously impacted mostly developing countries around the world. And while the Black Sea Grain Initiative allowed almost 33 million tons of grain to be shipped, Russia's unilateral decision to pull out of the deal has seen grain prices unfortunately soar up. Again, I once again state Malta's here uncompromising position that using hunger and food supplies as weapons of war is completely unacceptable. In closing, Mr. President, I reiterate and emphasize once again that there can be no peace in our future if the strong can trample on the weak. There can be no peace if international law can be brushed aside, if geopolitical interests so demand. There can be no peace if the rights of states and individuals can be suspended or revoked at any time. Malta's commitment to peace, dialogue, and multilateralism remain as strong as ever. We remain firm in our resolve to stay at the forefront of the defense of the United Nations Charter, no matter how difficult or disheartening circumstances may seem. We must never give up on peace. We must never give up on dialogue, and we simply cannot afford to do so. In this time of upheaval, our collective reply is to redouble and redouble and redouble our efforts and continue to invest in our multilateral system. In doing so, we must also reform this council to make sure it is truly fit for purpose in today's world. A council that is more transparent, more effective, more representative, more accountable, and also more democratic. Meanwhile, we remain convinced that the only step towards a lasting peace in Ukraine is for Russia to immediately cease all hostilities. It must unconditionally withdraw all its forces and also its military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Abella for his statement. Et je donne maintenant la parole à Son Excellence M. Raymond Dongsima, Premier ministre de la République du Gabon.
Prime Minister of Gabon.
Monsieur le Président,
Je remercie le secrétaire général des Nations Unies pour son exposé édifiant sur le terrible état des lieux de la guerre en Ukraine, 19 mois après son déclenchement. Dès l'entame des hostilités en Ukraine, mon pays a exprimé son opposition à la guerre et condamné la violation de l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine. Nous avons réaffirmé sans équivoque les principes de la Charte des Nations Unies en tant que ciment de notre vivre ensemble. Par-dessus tout, le Gabon n'a cessé d'appeler à un cessez-le-feu immédiat et à des négociations de bonne foi entre les parties pour faire taire les armes. 574 jours depuis le début de cette guerre meurtrière, l'onde de choc n'a cessé de s'étendre au-delà des frontières de l'Ukraine. Ce sont des millions de personnes qui ont été contraintes de se déplacer à l'intérieur de l'Ukraine et des millions d'autres qui se sont réfugiés en dehors des frontières nationales. Les morts se comptent par milliers, tandis que les bombardements aveugles ne cessent de viser les infrastructures essentielles, n'épargnant sur leur passage ni les centrales nucléaires, ni les ponts et les barrages hydroélectriques, ni les écoles, ni les hôpitaux. La menace nucléaire est, quant à elle, de plus en plus diffuse. Le système international et en particulier le secteur agricole ainsi que de nombreuses chaînes de valeur continuent de pâtir des impacts divers de ce conflit et contribuent à aggraver le bilan humanitaire mondial en semant la faim, la précarité, la détresse, la peur, mais aussi des blessures invisibles telles que la haine et le rejet de l'autre. À l'heure du bilan, il n'est pas certain que les traumatismes sur les enfants, les femmes et les hommes exposés à l'horreur propre à la guerre soient répertoriés dans le bilan total de ce conflit. À cet égard, il y a lieu de se demander jusqu'où l'horreur doit parvenir pour que la désescalade soit enfin envisagée. À quel niveau le curseur de la terreur est-il placé pour qu'enfin les belligérants consentent à se parler? Monsieur le Président, depuis le début des hostilités, chaque tribune des Nations Unies a été le théâtre d'invectives et d'antagonismes qui n'ont été d'aucun secours ni recours pour ceux qui tombent dans les tranchées ou ceux qui sont écrasés sur les décombres, sur les champs de bataille, dans les villes et les villages en Ukraine. Une voie alternative à la guerre est possible. Elle doit être trouvée par les canaux existants, tracés par la Charte des Nations Unies et les résolutions pertinentes de ce Conseil. Nous devons, sans délai, nous réconcilier avec l'esprit de la Charte des Nations Unies, dont le cœur battant est notre volonté commune d'épargner les générations présentes et futures du fléau de la guerre. Mon pays réitère son appel aux parties pour des négociations de bonne foi en vue de mettre fin à cette guerre. Nous appelons les parties à la retenue et à la responsabilité. Tout doit être mis en œuvre pour aller vers cette désescalade et créer les conditions propices au déploiement de la diplomatie. Le Gabon reste persuadé que toutes les actions unilatérales qui contribuent à crisper la situation, durcir les positions et alimenter les antagonismes sont à proscrire. Je réitère donc l'opposition de mon pays à la guerre en Ukraine et à toute guerre dans le monde, notamment celle-ci nombreuse, chronique et si cyclique en Afrique. Rejeter le logiciel de la guerre n'est ni une forme de fuite, ni de lâcheté, encore moins une posture opportuniste. Il est primordial de retenir les leçons indélébiles de l'histoire des guerres injustes qui nous marquent que ceux qui causent, déclenchent ou entretiennent ces guerres en sont rarement les vainqueurs. Au-delà des responsabilités pénales qui peuvent être établies, le tribunal de l'histoire est le plus implacable. C'est pourquoi rejeter le logiciel de la guerre
beyond the criminal responsibility which can be established. The tribunal of history will be uncompromising, and that is why we reject this mindset of war. We must uphold the noble ideals of the United Nations. My country has a long-standing tradition of peace which has never let us down, even when we had to take existential choices about our future. We've always been able to opt for peace, and we continue to defend this ideal, which we believe is an imperative, because the war runs counter to the values which underpin this organization and the Security Council. Every day of war brings into question our calling, our mandate, and our credibility. In conclusion, I would like to work together with the parties to help restore peace in Ukraine, because we stand for peace in Ukraine. We support the process of peace and dialogue, and every initiative which aims to activate the channels of diplomacy and to silence the weapons in Ukraine is a good thing. We support the initiatives for peaceful coexistence between Russia and Ukraine. Thank you.
Je remercie Son Excellence
I
Monsieur
thank His
Ndong pour
Excellency
sa
Mr.
déclaration.
Ndong Sima for his
I now give the
statement.
floor to His Excellency the Right Honourable Oliver Dowden, a Member of Parliament, Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you, President. I am proud to sit here today in solidarity with President Zelensky. He and the Ukrainian people have met Russia's invasion of their country with bravery and with courage. I pay tribute to their fortitude. Ukraine's fight against Russian aggression is not only a fight for freedom, it is also a fight for the principles upon which the United Nations itself is based. Principles underpinned by our Charter, which says that all state sovereignty is equal, that territorial integrity is inviolable, that disputes should be settled peacefully, and that we must protect those things together. When Russia's tanks rolled into Ukraine, they trampled over every single one of those principles. They have done so ever since. Every missile, every bomb, every false arrest, every piece of propaganda has been a flagrant assault not only on freedom, but on our multilateral rules-based system. If we allow Russia to lay waste to what we have built here, the risks to world order, the risks to us all, are grave. For over a year and a half, Ukraine has been suffering the terrible consequences of Russia's war of choice. We must never forget the human cost. 9,500 people killed, 17,000 people injured, reports of 500,000 military casualties on both sides. Russia has callously targeted schools, hospitals, even playgrounds. Ukrainians have been tortured and they have been raped. Men, women, and thousands of children have been forcibly deported from their homes. And the devastation flows beyond Ukraine's borders. Thanks to their destruction of thousands of tons of grain, the hungry and malnourished people of the developing world are Russia's victims too. That is why the United Kingdom will contribute a further £3 million to the World Food Programme to continue President Zelensky's Grain from Ukraine initiative. Of course, the only way to end this widespread suffering is through a just and lasting peace. Ukraine has demonstrated their commitment to peace time and time again, including in Copenhagen and in Jeddah this summer. But they have also shown on the battlefield this summer that they are capable of restoring the sovereignty and territorial integrity that must be the foundations of any peace. Ukraine's counteroffensive has put Russia under pressure. In total, Ukraine has regained 50% of the territory seized since the war began. And in Kharkiv and Kherson, the yellow and blue flag flies high once again. That flag flies throughout the rest of the world, reflecting the solidarity we feel to Ukraine. Yet we may wonder, what difference does this support make when Russia seems so impervious to United Nations demands? When it seeks to fuel its aims with arms from sanctioned states such as Iran and the DPRK, and when it conducts sham elections in Ukraine's own sovereign territory. The truth is this: Russia knows the power of collective action because it tries so hard to weaken and divide the international community. So, just as we need to confront our biggest challenges on global poverty, on climate change, on artificial intelligence collectively, we need effective multilateralism to achieve resolution, to seek justice for the many, many victims, to rebuild ruined cities and create new opportunities, to get grain exports flowing again, to help put Ukraine back on the path to prosperity, to secure peace. And that is what we shall do together. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency the Right Honourable Dowden for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Antony Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States of America.
Thank you very much. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for focusing the Security Council on this critically important issue. And Mr. Secretary General, thank you for the moral clarity that you've shown in dealing with Russia's war against Ukraine. We're grateful to have been able to welcome President Zelensky to this council table, and we thank him. We thank him for reminding us yesterday, today, and every day what's at stake in this conflict, not just for Ukraine, not just for Ukrainians, but for all of us. Fellow council members, 2 weeks ago, I was in Yehidny, a small Ukrainian town about 2 hours north of Kyiv. Russian forces seized the village in the first days of the invasion. They went door to door, rounding up residents at gunpoint, marching them to the local elementary school, where Russian soldiers had set up a command post. Then, soldiers forced more than 300 civilians, mostly women, children, and elderly people, into a basement not fit for human habitation. Just a few small rooms, no windows, no circulation, no running water. The soldiers held residents there for 28 straight days, using them as human shields, before fleeing when Ukrainian defenders arrived to liberate the town. In Yehidny, 2 residents took me into the basement where they and others had been imprisoned. My guides said that they were packed together so tightly that they could barely breathe. There was no room to sit, let alone lie down. When they cried out to their captors that people were sick and needed medical care, a Russian soldier yelled back, "Let them die." My guide pointed to 2 handwritten lists of names on the basement wall. One was for the villagers that Russian forces had executed. The other for the people who died in the basement. The oldest victim was 93 years old. The youngest, 6 weeks old. The Russians only allowed the removal of bodies once a day. So children, parents, husbands, and wives were forced to spend hours next to the corpses of their loved ones. I begin here because from the comfortable distance of this chamber, it's really easy to lose sight of what it's like for Ukrainian victims of Russian aggression. This is what happened in just one building, in one community in Ukraine. There are so many others like it. In the last week alone, Russia has bombed apartment buildings in Kryvyi Rih. It's burned down humanitarian aid depots in Lviv. It's demolished grain silos in Odessa. It shelled 8 communities in Sumy in a single day. This is what Ukrainian families are living through every day. It's what they've experienced for 574 days of this full-scale invasion. It's what they'll endure tomorrow and the day after that, for as long as Russia wages his vicious war. A war that President Putin openly declared from the outset is aimed at erasing Ukraine from the map as a sovereign country and restoring Russia's lost empire. In this war, there is an aggressor and there is a victim. One side is attacking the core principles of the UN Charter. The other fights to defend them. For over a year and a half, Russia has shredded the major tenets of the United Nations Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, international humanitarian law, and flouted one Security Council resolution after another. Let's review. First, Russia's invasion itself violates the central pillar of the UN Charter, respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations. Second, Russia is committing war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine on an almost daily basis. Third, Russia continues to engage in reckless nuclear saber-rattling, announcing that it's stationing nuclear weapons in Belarus and continuing to use Europe's biggest nuclear power plant and its employees as a shield for its aggression, risking catastrophic consequences. Fourth, Russia is weaponizing hunger. Thanks to the Black Sea Grain Initiative, brokered by the Secretary General and Turkey, approximately 33 million metric tons of grain reached global markets, driving down food prices around the world. Nearly 2/3 of the wheat exported through that deal went to developing countries. Not only did Putin pull out of the deal, but Russia is now mining Ukraine's fields, bombing its ports and rails, burning its silos. As a result, Ukraine's wheat exports will likely fall by 2.8 million metric tons this year. That is the equivalent of 5.5 billion loaves of bread trapped in the world's breadbasket. Russia, meanwhile, on track for a record year of grain exports. The hungrier the world is, the more Moscow profits. Fifth, Russia is using Iranian drones to attack Ukrainian civilians. Drones that Russia procured from Iran in violation of Security Council Resolution 2231. Finally, just last week, Russia hosted North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. Putin said that they discussed ways to cooperate militarily, while Kim pledged the DPRK's, and I quote, full and unconditional support, end quote, for Russia's war of aggression. Of course, the transfer of arms between Moscow and Pyongyang would violate multiple resolutions of this council. It's hard to imagine a country demonstrating more contempt for the United Nations and all that it stands for. This from a country with a permanent seat on this council. President Putin is betting that if he keeps doubling down on the violence, that if he's willing to inflict enough suffering on enough people, the world will cave on its principles and Ukraine will stop defending itself. But Ukrainians are not giving up, for they've seen what life would look like if they submit to Russian control. It's that basement in Yehidny. It's families having their children torn away from them and deported to Russia. Children taken away from their parents and deported far away. It's the rubble of Mariupol. It's the mass graves of Bucha. We are not giving up either. Indeed, since we were last here, a growing number of countries have come together to try to forge a different way forward. In June, over a dozen countries met with Ukraine in Copenhagen to discuss the path toward a just and lasting peace, one that upholds the United Nations Charter and its core principles. 2 months later, more than 40 countries, including many members of this council, carried forward that discussion with Ukraine in Jeddah. President Zelensky has put forward a 10-point plan for such a peace. President Putin has put forward nothing. Now, some argue that continuing to stand with Ukraine and holding Russia accountable distracts us from addressing other priorities, like confronting the climate crisis, expanding economic opportunity, strengthening health systems. That is a false choice. We can and we must do both. We are doing both. We must work together to tackle the global challenges that are affecting our people, meet the Sustainable Development Goals, invest in a world where all people have an opportunity to reach their full potential. The United States is the world's leading contributor to these efforts. And as President Biden told the General Assembly yesterday, we will continue to do more than our share to answer the imperatives of our time. At the same time, as President Biden has made clear, we must continue to shore up the pillars of peaceful relations among nations, without which we will be unable to achieve any of our goals. That's why we must send a clear message, not only to Russia, but to all would-be aggressors, that we will stand up, not stand by, when the rules that we all agreed to are being challenged. Not only to prevent conflict, instability, and suffering, but to lay the foundation for all that we can do to improve people's lives in times of peace. I opened by sharing the horrors that I saw in Yehidny. Let me close by telling you what else I saw that day in Ukraine. I saw volunteers rebuilding homes that had been razed by Russian bombs, farmers harvesting fields, people reopening businesses, citizens clearing mines and unexploded ordnance, children returning to schools. In short, I saw a nation rebuilding and reclaiming its future. That is the right of all members of our United Nations. That's what we defend when we stand up for the international order. The right of people not only to survive, but to thrive, to write their own future. Our people, Ukraine's people, the people of all nations, get to write their own future. We cannot, we will not let one man write that future for us. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Blinken for his statement, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sergei Lavrov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, colleagues, the existing international order was based on the ruins and following the colossal tragedy of the Second World War. Its basis was the Charter of the United Nations, became the Charter of the United Nations, the key source of modern international law. Largely thanks to it, thanks to the United Nations, a new world war was averted, a new world war which was fraught with nuclear disaster. Unfortunately, after the end of the Cold War, the collective West, led by the U.S., single-handedly decided that it would determine fates of all of humankind, and with its complex of superiority began to more frequently and broadly ignore the legacy of the founding fathers of the United Nations. Today, the West turns selectively to norms and principles on a case-by-case basis, exclusively based on their parochial geopolitical needs. This has resulted in a shaking of global stability, as well as the exacerbation and the fomenting of new hotbeds of tension. Risks of global conflict have heightened. In order to curb them, in order to bring things on a peaceful path, the Russian Federation has and continues to insist on all provisions of the United Nations Charter being respected and applied not selectively, but fully in their full and interconnected way. This includes the principle of the sovereign equality of states, non-intervention in their domestic affairs, respect for territorial sovereignty, and territorial integrity, and the right of peoples to self-determination. And the actions of the U.S. and their allies attest to the systematic violation of the balance of needs which have been enshrined in the Charter. Since the collapse of the USSR and the establishment of independent states in its place, the U.S. and its satellites have egregiously and openly interfered in the domestic affairs of Ukraine, as was publicly and even with pride recognized by the Deputy Secretary of State Victoria Nuland in 2013. The $5 billion
dollars were spent on cultivating Ukrainian politicians in Kiev by the West. All of the facts are being swept under the rug. There are attempts to cancel all of what happened since prior to 2014. And for this reason, the theme of today's meeting proposed by the Albanian presidency is most apt, which allows us to restore the chronological succession of events, specifically in the context of relations of the main acting parties in the implementation of the principles and the purposes of the UN Charter. In 2004 to 2005, the West, with the aim of bringing to power pro-American candidate, sanctioned the first coup in Kiev, forcing the Constitutional Court of Ukraine to adopt an unlawful decision on the conduct of something which was unstated in the Constitution, namely a third round of elections. And even more unceremonial intervention in domestic affairs was clear during the second Maidan in 2013 to 24. Then a litany of Western leaders directly encouraged participants in anti-government demonstrations and acts of violence. The same Victoria Nuland discussed with the U.S. ambassador in Kiev the composition of the future government to be composed of putschists and the EU's real place in world policy. We all remember her obscene two words showing that the EU swallowed this. In February 2014, the U.S. selected individuals who became key participants in the brutal coup, which was organized, I would recall, one day after what was reached under the guarantees of Germany, Poland, and France. I refer to the agreement between the legitimately elected president of Ukraine and the opposition leaders. The principle of non-intervention in domestic affairs was repeatedly trampled upon. Immediately after the coup, the putschists announced that their top priority was to deny the rights of Russian language speakers in Ukraine, and the residents of Crimea and southeast of the country who refused to reconcile themselves to the outcomes of the coup were labeled terrorists. A punitive operation was unleashed against them. In response to this, Crimea and Donbass conducted referenda fully in line with the principles of equality and self-determination of peoples, which are enshrined in paragraph 2 of Article 1 of the UN Charter. Western diplomats and politicians vis-à-vis Ukraine have been turning a blind eye to this important norm of international law. They have been trying to take all the background and the essence of what has happened and trying to distill this to the inadmissibility of violation of territorial integrity. Let us recall in this connection, a UN declaration was adopted unanimously in 1970. This is a declaration on the principle of international law pertaining to friendly relations and cooperation amongst states. In line with the Charter of the United Nations, enshrines the following: the principle for the respect of territorial integrity is applicable, I quote, to states who, in their actions, comply with the principle of equality and self-determination of peoples and subsequently having governments which represent the entire people residing on the given territory. End of quote. To the fact that the Ukrainian neo-Nazis who seized power in Kiev did not represent the population of Crimea and Donbass is something which does not need to be proven, and the unconditional support from Western capitals of the criminal actions of Kiev regime is nothing other than a violation of the principle of self-determination subsequent to an egregious violation in interference in domestic affairs. Poroshenko and Zelensky adopted racist laws on the prohibition of everything Russian: education, media, culture, the destruction of books and monuments, prohibition on the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, seizure of its property. These all became blatant violations of paragraph 3, article 1 of the UN Charter on the respect for human rights and basic freedoms for all, without distinction as to race, gender, language, and religion. Not to mention the fact that these actions directly ran counter to the Constitution of Ukraine itself, the Constitution which sets out the obligation of the state to respect the rights of Russian and other national minorities. When we hear calls for implementation of the peace formula to bring Ukraine back to the 1991 borders, a question arises: who's being called for this? Those calling for this, are they familiar with the statements of Ukrainian leadership about what they intend to do with the residents of the relevant territories?
And with respect to them, publicly, at the official level, repeatedly there have been threats voiced of their physical or legal annihilation. Incidentally, similarly, Western not only has not been deterring its Western protégés in Kyiv, but has enthusiastically been encouraging this anti-Russian policy. Incidentally, similarly, members of the EU and NATO have for decades been encouraging the actions of Latvia and Estonia to strip the rights of hundreds of thousands of Russian language residents who have been called non-citizens. Now there is a serious discussion for the introduction of criminal responsibility, criminal liability for the use of their mother tongue. Senior officials officially state that the spread of information about the possibility of remote school programs, that this possibility needs to be considered as something almost a threat to national security, which requires the attention of law enforcement bodies. Turning back to Ukraine, in February 2015, the Minsk agreements were reached, and this included they were approved by a Special Security Council resolution, fully in line with Article 36 of the Charter, which supports, I quote, any procedure for the resolution of disputes that was adopted by the parties. In this specific case, Kiev, Donetsk, and Lugansk. However, last year, all of the signatories of the Minsk agreements, except for Mr. Putin, I refer to Merkel, Hollande, and Poroshenko, publicly, and with some kind of pleasure even, recognized that having signed this document, they had no intention of implementing it. They were simply looking to gain time to shore up the military capability of Ukraine and to funnel weapons into the country to be used against Russia. For all of these years, if EU and NATO directly supported the sabotage of the Minsk agreements, encouraged the Kyiv regime to use force to address problems in Donbass, and this was all in breach of Article 25 of the Charter, according to which all members of the United Nations agree to accept and carry out the decisions of the Security Council. Let us recall that the package of the Minsk agreements, the heads of Russia, Germany, France, and Ukraine signed a declaration where Berlin and Paris assumed an obligation to do a lot, including to help to restore the banking system in Donbass. But they didn't move a finger. They merely observed how, contrary to all of those obligations, Poroshenko announced a trade, economic, and transport blockade against Donbass. In that same declaration, Berlin and Paris assumed an obligation to comply with a trilateral agreement in the EU, Russia, Ukraine format to practically resolve issues of concern to Russia in the area of trade, as well as to advance the establishment of a shared humanitarian economic space from Atlantic to the Pacific. This declaration was also endorsed by the Security Council and was also subject to implementation in line with Article 25. But this obligation also of the leaders of Germany and France was an empty promise and yet another violation of Charter principles. Recently, the foreign minister of the Soviet Union prime minister said better to have 10 years of negotiations rather than a day of war. Following this, we have been engaged in painstaking negotiations, reaching agreements on European security. We approved the founding Russia-NATO Act. We adopted at the highest level the OSCE Declaration on the Indivisibility of Security in 1999 and in 2010. And beginning with 2015, we insisted on the unconditional implementation of the Minsk agreements, which emerged as a result of negotiations. And this is all fully in line with the Charter of the United Nations, which demands, I quote, to ensure conditions for the just and respect for obligations which emanate from treaties and other sources of international law, end of quote. And Western colleagues trampled upon this principle as well when they signed onto these documents, knowing in advance that they had no intention, would not comply with this. This has been repeatedly seen, and Mr. Putin referred to this repeatedly, including recently, and I'd like to remind the distinguished Secretary of State that President Zelensky signed a decree prohibiting the conduct of negotiations with the government of Putin. If the U.S. is so interested in them, I don't think it would be very difficult to give the command for the decree of Zelensky to be lifted. Now, in our Western opponents' rhetoric, we hear slogans, invasion, aggression, annexation, not a word about the root causes of the problems, where they cultivated and encouraged openly Nazi regimes which openly rewrote the outcomes of the Second World War and the history of their own people. A substantive negotiation based based on facts and respect for all of the requirements of the UN Charter, something which the West has avoided. And it seems that there is a fear of professional discussions that would reveal demagoguery with incantations of territorial integrity. Former colonial powers failed to mention the need for Paris to return the so-called French Mayotte and the composition of the islands, for London to withdraw from the Chagos archipelago, to begin discussions with Buenos Aires and the Malvinas Islands. These supporters of champions of territorial integrity in Ukraine now make it appear as if they don't even remember the sense of the Minsk agreements, which lies, I recall, in the reunification of Donbass and Ukraine with guarantee for respect for the fundamental human rights. First and foremost, the right to one's mother tongue. Having torn apart these agreements, the West now bears full responsibility for the collapse of Ukraine and for the fomenting of civil war there. Other principles in the Charter, respect for which could have prevented the security crisis in Europe and could help to reach an agreement on the basis of balance of interest, I would mention Article 2, Article 8, which sets out the need to develop the practice of peaceful resolution of dispute with the assistance of regional organizations. In line with this principle, the Russian Federation, together with our allies, has been consistently advocating the restoration of contacts between the Collective Security Treaty Organization, the CSTO, and NATO to facilitate the practical implementation of the above-mentioned outcomes of the OSCE Summit on the indivisibility of security, which stipulate, among other things, I quote, "Not a single state, group of states, or organization can be vested with the primary responsibility for the maintenance of peace and security and stability in the OSCE region, or consider any part of that region as a sphere of influence, of its influence." It is clear to all that this is specifically what NATO was doing in its attempt to create a full superiority and in Europe and now in Asia Pacific. However, the repeated appeals of bodies of the CSTO to NATO were disregarded. The reason for such an arrogant position of the U.S. and their allies, as we see once again today, lies in an unwillingness to engage in any equitable dialogue with any party. If NATO had not rejected the proposal of the CSTO to cooperate, then perhaps we could have avoided numerous negative processes which resulted in the current European crisis, because Russia had been not listened to or deceived for decades. Today, at the proposal of the presidency, we are discussing effective multilateralism. Let us not forget the numerous facts of the genetic avoidance of the West of any forms of equitable cooperation. Consider Joseph Borrell's pearl that Europe is a flourishing garden surrounded by jungles. This is purely neo-colonialism with disregard for sovereign equality of states and the need to disregard for strengthening the principles of the UN through effective multilateralism. Trying to prevent democratization in international relations, the U.S. and its allies are openly and unceremoniously trying to privatize the Secretariat of the UN in circumvention of the Secretariat, trying to advance unconsensual mandates with claims to have the right to accuse those who, for one reason or another, are inconvenient to Washington. In this connection, let us recall the need for stringent compliance with the Charter, not just by member states, but also by the Secretariat of our organization. According to Article 100, the Secretariat has an obligation to act impartially and should not receive any instructions from any government. We've already talked about Article 2, and I wish to draw attention to a key paragraph 1, an organization based on the principles of sovereign equality of states. Building upon this principle, the General Assembly in the above-mentioned 1970 Declaration reaffirmed, I quote, the inalienable right of each state to select for itself the political, economic, social, and cultural system without intervention from any side.
В этой связи
End of
возникают
quote.
у нас
And
серьезные
in this
вопросы к
connection, we have
заявлениям,
serious
которые
questions that arise
наш
about the
уважаемый
statements which are
генеральный секретарь
distinguished
сделал
Secretary General
29 марта
delivered on the
о том,
29th of
что,
March,
цитирую,
that, and I
автократическое
quote,
правление не гарантирует стабильность. Оно
rule
катализатор
does not
хаоса и
guarantee
конфликта.
stability. This is a
А вот
catalyst for chaos
сильные
and conflict.
демократические
And
общества
robust
способны к
democratic
самоисправлению и
societies are
самоулучшению.
capable
Они могут
of
стимулировать
correcting
перемены,
themselves,
даже
improving themselves.
радикальные,
They can
без
stimulate
кровопролития и
change, even
насилия.
radical change,
Конец
without
цитаты. Невольно
any bloodletting or
вспоминаются перемены,
violence. One cannot but
привнесенные
recall the
агрессивными авантюрами
changes
сильных
that
демократий
were
в Югославии,
introduced by the
Афганистане,
aggressive
Ираке, Ливии,
misadventures
Сирии и
of
многих других странах.
robust democracies
Далее,
in
уважаемый
Yugoslavia,
Антонио
Afghanistan,
Гутерреш
Iraq,
сказал,
Libya, Syria, and many
цитирую,
others.
они,
The
демократии,
distinguished Secretary
центры
General then
широкого
said they,
сотрудничества,
democracies, are the centers of
коренящегося
broad
в принципах
cooperation,
равенства,
rooted in the
участия
principles
и
of
солидарности.
equality,
Конец цитаты.
participation, and solidarity.
Примечательно,
End of
что
quote.
все эти вещи
Worthy
были
of note
произнесены
is that this was all
на созданном
stated, this
президентом
was all
Байденом за
announced
рамками
by
ООН,
something Biden
так называемом саммите за
convened beyond the
демократию,
outside of the
участников
framework of the
которого
UN, the
отбирала
so-called Summit
американская
for Democracy.
администрация по
The U.S.
принципу лояльности.
administration
Причем
selected
лояльности
the
не
participants of
столько
this on the principle of
Вашингтону,
loyalty.
сколько правящей в
Loyalty
США
not so much for
демократической партии.
Washington, but rather the
Попытки
Democratic Party,
использовать
which
подобные форумы между собой
rules
для
in
обсуждения вопросов,
Washington,
имеющих
attempts to
глобальный
use a new
характер,
formula
прямо противоречит
to
пункту 4
address
статьи 11 ООН,
issues directly
где
contradict
зафиксирована
paragraph 4,
необходимость,
Article 1 of the
цитирую,
UN Charter, which sets out the
обеспечивать
need,
роль
I quote,
организации
to
в
ensure the
качестве
role of the
центра
organization as a
согласования
center
действий
for
в
agreeing on
достижении
action
общих
for
целей.
the achievement of
Вопреки
shared
этому
goals.
принципу, уже
Contrary
много
to
лет
this
назад
principle,
Франция
many
и
years ago,
Германия
France, Germany,
провозгласили
they
альянс
proclaimed an alliance
мультилатералистов,
of
который тоже пригласили
multilateralists,
только
where they
тех, кто
also invited
послушен,
only
что само
those
по
who
себе
were
вновь
obedient.
подтверждает
And this in
неизбывность
and of itself
колониального
once again
менталитета и
points
отношения
to the
инициаторов
unshakable
к вынесенному
nature
на
of the
нашу
colonialist
сегодняшнюю повестку
mentality
принципу
and the
эффективной
view of the
многосторонности.
initiators of this
Параллельно
meeting
насаждался
vis-a-vis the
нарратив о
principle of effective
Евросоюзе как
multilateralism. In
идеале того
parallel, there was a
самого
narrative that was imposed about the
мультилатерализма.
European Union
Сейчас
as
звучат
the
призывы из
ideal
Брюсселя
of
расширять членский
multilateralism.
состав ЕС как
Now there
можно
are calls
скорее,
from Brussels to
включая, в
expand
частности,
the membership of the EU
балканские
as soon as
страны.
possible to
Но
include
главный
specifically the Balkan
пафос не
countries.
про Сербию,
But
не про
most
Турцию,
importantly,
которые
it's not about
десятилетиями
Serbia,
ведут
not about
безнадежные
Turkey,
переговоры
where for
о
decades
вступлении, а про
hopeless
Украину.
talks have been carried out
Претендуя
for
на
their
роль
entry, but rather
идеолога
this is about
евроинтеграции,
Ukraine.
Боррель недавно не
Claim
постеснялся высказаться в том
Joseph Borrell
плане,
recently
что киевский режим
said
надо
that the
принимать
Kiev
в ЕС
regime needs to
поскорее.
be
Дескать,
accepted
если
into
бы
the
не
EU as
война,
soon as possible.
на это
Apparently,
ушли
had
бы
it not
годы.
been for the
А
war,
так можно и
this would have
нужно без
taken
всяких
years, and now
критерий.
there's a need to do so
Сербия,
without
Турция и
respect for any
прочие
criteria.
подождут. А вот
Serbia, Turkey, and
нацистов
others, they'll wait, but the
принимаем в ряды Евросоюза
Nazis
вне очереди.
will
Кстати, на том же
can
саммите
skip
за
the
демократию
queue
генеральный секретарь
to enter the
провозгласил,
ranks of the EU.
цитирую,
Incidentally, at the same
«Демократия
Summit for
проистекает из
Democracy, the
устава
Secretary
ООН.
General
Первые
proclaimed that
слова
democracy
устава «Мы, народы»
emanates from the Charter of
отражают
the United Nations. The
фундаментальный
first words of the
источник
Charter, we the people,
легитимности,
reflects the
согласие
fundamental
тех,
source of
кем
legitimacy,
управляют.
the consent
Конец
of
цитаты.
the governed.
Полезно соотнести
End
этот
of
тезис с
quote.
послужным
It is
списком
useful to
киевского
compare
режима, развязавшего войну против огромной части
this premise
собственного народа,
with the track
против
record of the Kiev
тех
regime,
миллионов людей,
who,
которые не
beginning with
давали
the
согласия
coup in
управлять собой
2014 and the
нацистам,
war being unleashed
русофобам,
against
незаконно
its own
захватившим
people,
власть
against the millions of
и
people who
похоронившим
did not
одобренные Советом
consent
Безопасности
to
Минские
rule by
соглашения,
neo-Nazis
тем
and
самым
Russophones,
подорвав
thereby
территориальную целостность
undermining
Украины.
the territorial
Тем, кто
integrity
вопреки
of
уставу
Ukraine.
делит
Those who, contrary
человечество
to
на
the
демократии
Charter
и автократии,
divides
не мешало бы
humanity
ответить на
in
вопрос о
democracies
том,
and
к какой
autocracies,
категории
fail to
они
respond to the
относят
question of what
украинский режим.
category they place the Ukrainian regime
Ответа не
in.
жду. Говоря о
I won't
принципах
answer for,
узла,
wait
возникает
for
и
an
вопрос об
answer.
отношениях Совета
So there's a question about
Безопасности с Генеральной Ассамблеей.
the relationship between the Security Council and the General Assembly. The Western aggressive clique has been peddling the theme of abuse of the right of veto and not with an incorrect focus on members of the UN. They have reached the result. This was resulted in a situation that after every exercise of the veto, the General Assembly considers the matter. This is not a problem for us at all because the Russian approaches to all issues on the agenda are open. There's no, it does not pose a difficulty for us to expound on our positions or lay them out yet again. And the right to a veto is an absolutely legitimate instrument which is stipulated in the Charter of the United Nations to prevent the adoption of decisions that would divide the organization. But if the procedure for discussion of the General Assembly of applications of veto veto was approved, since this was approved, then why not consider why certain resolutions without any veto that were adopted, including those many years ago, but are not being implemented, despite the provisions of Article 25 of the Charter? Why would the General Assembly not consider the reasons behind this? This includes resolutions of the Security Council of Palestine and a whole range of issues related to the Middle East, the JCPOA, Resolution 2202, which approved the Minsk agreements on Ukraine. Also worthy of attention is the problem linked to sanctions regimes. This is now a norm. The Security Council, after protracted negotiations, fully in line with the Charter, adopt sanctions against a specific country. Subsequently, the U.S. and its allies impose against that same state additional, supplemental, unilateral restrictions, which did not secure the consent of the Security Council and are not included in its resolution as part of the agreed-upon package. This includes another very egregious example. Berlin, Paris, and London just adopted a decision for their national legislative bodies, for example, to extend restrictions against Iran that were set to expire in October, which are subject to legal conclusion in line with Resolution 2231. So the Security Council has determined that they have expired, but those countries decide that they decide on the rules. After this, any adoption of a council of sanctions, there is a need to consider the question of the adoption of any sanctions by the Security Council not be overridden by the desires of others. Also important is for sanctions regime through the Security Council to be time-bound insofar as their being unlimited in nature deprives the Council of flexibility vis-a-vis the impact on the sanction governance policy. There is a need to consider humanitarian limitations of sanctions. For sanctions projects introduced at the Security Council should be accompanied by assessments about their consequences through consequences by humanitarian agencies of the UN, rather than being accompanied by demagogical exhortations of Western colleagues that ordinary people will not suffer. We see a deep crisis in international relations and the lack of willingness to redress this situation by the West. And the organization is responsible for the fate of the world in the historic context. There's a need to abandon parochial, short-sighted arrangements in national elections of any given member state being taken into account. Let us once again recall, nearly 80 years ago, having signed on to the UN Charter, world leaders agreed to respect the sovereign equality of all states, large states, small states, poor ones, rich ones, monarchies, republics. In other words, even then, humankind recognized the need for equitable, polycentric world order as a guarantee for the sustainability and security of its development. For this reason, we're not talking today about subordinating ourselves to some kind of a rules-based order, but we are talking about compliance with all of the obligations which we shouldered when signing the Charter in all of their integral and interconnected nature. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Sergei Lavrov, and now I give the floor to Her Excellency, Mrs. Catherine Colonna, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Europe for the Republic of France.
Microphone, please. I thank the Secretary General for his remarks. I wish to take this opportunity to begin by applauding the statement delivered by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. For the past 18 months, he has been embodied Ukrainian action. He has been the countenance and the voice of millions of Ukrainian people who have been fighting for their freedom with admirable courage. Before this Council, whose mandate focuses on international peace and security, his call is something which we need to respond to. On 24 April
24 February 2022, the Russian Federation chose to unleash a war of aggression against a sovereign state in violation of all its international commitments and principles, which for 8 decades have prevailed in relations among nations. A war with no other motivation than the Russian desire to restore its dream of an imperial past, despite the fact that this had been condemned by history. This in the Ukraine is evidently the main victim of this war. Ukraine and its people every day endure atrocities, war crimes, shelling, torture. Ukrainian children, thousands of Ukrainian children have been forcefully abducted from their families and transferred to the Russian Federation. This is an abomination.
Des enfants ukrainiens qui ont subi des viols de masse, utilisés comme arme de guerre. Autre crime.
Another crime.
Oui, cette guerre est une guerre contre l'Ukraine, contre les Ukrainiennes et les Ukrainiens. Mais c'est aussi une guerre contre les règles de la vie internationale. Car c'est une guerre contre les principes les plus fondamentaux de notre charte commune, en premier lieu ceux du respect de la souveraineté et de l'intégrité territoriale des États. C'est une guerre contre l'idée même des Nations Unies. C'est une guerre contre les fondements de notre sécurité collective alors que la Russie utilise la sûreté des installations nucléaires civiles ukrainiennes comme levier au service de son agression. C'est une guerre contre les biens communs de l'humanité, qu'il s'agisse du patrimoine culturel que la Russie prend pour cible à Odessa et ailleurs,
against cultural heritage, which Russia has been targeting in Odessa and elsewhere, targeting global food security with the sudden and cynical termination of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. And more than 270,000 tons of grains have been systematically destroyed by Russian bombardment during the month of August alone. For a member of this council to use hunger as a weapon is yet another transgression following on a litany of others. And we need to consider the moral implications of this. This is a war which concerns all of us. For this reason,
face à cette agression et aux déstabilisations qu'elle provoque partout dans le monde, seule une poignée d'États, quels États, soutient les choix catastrophiques de la Russie. L'Assemblée générale, comme notre Conseil, sont largement unis autour de nos principes communs. Chacun comprend que renvoyer dos à dos l'agressé et l'agresseur n'apporte ni paix, ni justice, ni stabilité. Si nous permettions que l'agression russe soit récompensée aujourd'hui, ne nous leurrons pas, nous devrons à nouveau réunir ce Conseil, car d'autres agressions se produiront ici ou ailleurs, et car nul ne sera en sécurité. Monsieur le Président, la quasi-totalité des pays présents autour de cette table ont dans leur passé plus ou moins récent, vécu le traumatisme de la guerre. Ils ont fait l'expérience dans leur chair du lot de destruction et de drame qu'elle charrie. Ils savent que la guerre n'est jamais une solution. Alors que nous célébrons demain, comme tous les 21 septembre, la journée mondiale de la paix, nous avons tous ici une responsabilité autant qu'un devoir moral d'agir pour mettre un terme à cette agression de la Russie, comme l'Assemblée générale le lui a expressément demandé. Le 21 septembre, comme chaque jour depuis le début de cette guerre, la France se mobilisera pour que cette agression échoue. Dans notre intérêt à tous, la France continuera d'agir selon nos principes communs, le principe de légitime défense reconnu par notre charte. Nous continuerons à poursuivre le soutien militaire et civil que nous apportons à l'Ukraine pour qu'elle résiste et se défende. Le principe
provide Ukraine with what is necessary for it to resist the aggression. The principle of justice and dignity. We will continue to support Ukrainian and international jurisdictions to ensure that there is no impunity for crimes perpetrated by Russia. The principle of solidarity. We will continue to pursue and to step up our tangible support for the countries most hard hit by the global food crisis provoked by Russia. And we will step up our humanitarian assistance to benefit people in need throughout the world. Mr. President, the primacy of law over force, international solidarity and support for the most vulnerable are principles which lie at the heart of President Zelensky's peace formula. This is why each day more and more of us support it. I call upon all states who have not yet done so to work to that end. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Madame Colonna for her statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mauro Vieira, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Federative Republic of Brazil.
I thank the Presidency of the Security Council for organizing this meeting. Mr. President, the conflict in Ukraine has added numerous stresses to the multilateral system, which was already subject to multiple complex challenges and increasing dissent. The current context of polarization and distrust does not create favorable conditions for the multilateral instances of international peace and security to operate effectively. The world is facing the highest number of violent conflicts since World War II, and 2 billion people, a quarter of humanity, are living in areas affected by conflicts. Yet, our collective institutions are not adequately responding to these challenges. As the concept note of this debate rightly points out, the inability of the Security Council to adequately fulfill its mandate is undermining its credibility and leading to renewed calls for its long overdue reform. In these troubled times, daunting violations of core values of the principles of the United Nations, Brazil has been encouraging member states to revive the spirit of San Francisco in the search for peace for present and future generations, which is the fundamental mission of this organization. Brazil fully respects and upholds the right of self-defense of all member states under Article 51 of UN Charter. At the same time, we must recognize that the recent escalation in the conflict, with the introduction of even more sophisticated weapons and ammunition, or the inadmissible threat of use of nuclear weapons, seriously undermines peace and security well beyond the battlefield, violating the core principles and provisions of the UN Charter. This dynamic has grave consequences, above all for the civilian population, in particular women and children, who are disproportionately affected by wars. The destruction of civilian infrastructure worsens the humanitarian crisis, especially as winter approaches. Moreover, the persistent threat to the integrity of nuclear facilities risks a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. Mr. President, as we have consistently noted, the war in Ukraine also affects other regions, especially as developing countries bear the burden of food and energy insecurity. We welcome the Secretary General's effort to explore alternatives to alleviate the suffering of millions of people who once again face hunger or the threat of hunger. Brazil strongly supports a resumption of the Black Sea Grain Initiative under terms that would be acceptable to all concerned parties. Brazil also underscores the need for addressing the root causes of food and energy insecurity, such as excessively high interest rates and external debt that severely impact prices and the ability of developing countries to invest in sustainable food and energy production. The current international financial structure is not well equipped to assist these countries address their major challenges. As recently announced by President Lula, Brazil will launch during our G20 presidency a global alliance against hunger. This is a top priority for Brazil and should be for all of us. Mr. President, it's worrisome that we are witnessing a conflict with such geopolitical reverberations well into the 21st century. We must reserve this course. We must reverse this course. Brazil, along with many others, continue to call for the de-escalation of hostilities, the resumption of dialogue, and a peaceful solution to the conflict. This is an obligation of all member states under Article 33 of the UN Charter. There is no military solution to this conflict, only a political solution that takes into account the purpose and principles of the UN Charter and the legitimate security concerns of all parties will bring lasting peace. The international community will have to assist the parties to come to a negotiated and lasting solution. Brazil is prepared to do its part. Mr. President, the space for diplomacy and peaceful solution is narrowing. We must set aside practices that only deepen divisions instead of contributing to a more peaceful world and work together for a renewed multilateralism. Brazil firmly advocates for mediation and preventive diplomacy as indispensable tools to prevent the escalation of crisis. With this view, Brazil has been engaged in several fora to deal with the Ukrainian crisis. We have sent high representatives to Copenhagen and Jeddah. We have also spoken bilaterally to the concerned parties. We strongly encourage that in these conversations, both parties should be heard and their views carefully taken into consideration. Talking to only one part or the other will not help advancing the cause of durable peace. A comprehensive approach, as suggested, will be the only way forward to enable peaceful negotiations. With that in mind, we will organize next month, during our presidency of the Security Council, a high-level open debate on the contributions of regional, sub-regional, and bilateral arrangements to the prevention and peaceful resolution of disputes. I count on your participation in October. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Vieira for his statement, and now I give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Mariam Al-Mahiri, Minister of Climate Change and Environment, Chief of the International Affairs Office at the Presidential Court of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Mr. President. I extend my gratitude to Secretary General Guterres for his valuable briefing and wish to acknowledge the heads of state and government and other high-level representatives present today. I also welcome the participation of President Zelensky. I commend Albania for convening this critical open debate. The UAE has long advocated for a peaceful resolution to the war in Ukraine that upholds the UN Charter. The war has wrought a devastating toll on human life, including the displacement of almost 2 out of every 3 children in Ukraine. The country now bears the grim record for the highest concentration of landmines in the world, rendering nearly 1/3 of the country no longer safe due to unexploded ordnance. This conflict has further ravaged food and transport infrastructure. We stress once again the need for all parties to comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law and specifically the protection of those objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population. We are deeply concerned by the ramifications of the destruction of infrastructure on survivor services, health care, and other critical forms of support, especially on women and children, who already bear the brunt of armed conflict. The UAE has pledged $100 million to help address the humanitarian crisis. We have sent 11 airlifts of relief and medical supplies for children and the elderly, provided more than 2,500 generators, and sent 23 ambulances just this week. The UAE has also provided $4 million in funding for First Lady Olena Zelenska's foundation's programming for orphans. Beyond Ukraine, the war's global ripple effects are evident, especially in the pronounced impact on food security, including in our own region. Let me restate that the UAE remains steadfast in supporting the renewal of the Black Sea Grain Initiative and the full implementation of the MOU on Russian fertilizers and food products, as well as any discussions that support these goals. Mr. President, while crucial, these measures only alleviate rather than end suffering. World leaders, especially this week in the General Assembly, have made clear the global desire for a just and sustainable peace in Ukraine, one that upholds the UN Charter. A diverse set of countries is increasingly coming together around the common cause of peace in Ukraine. We welcome the role played by countries such as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and China, as well as the African Peace Initiative, in supporting all possible routes to a peaceful settlement. In these calls, there is growing recognition of the urgency of the task, not just for Ukraine, but for all of us. The war amplified the erosion of faith in multilateralism. Achieving peace can begin its restoration. Of course, peace will only come out of diplomatic talks between Russia and Ukraine, and it will only be just and sustainable if it upholds the UN Charter. The UN Security Council and its members have a vital role to play in this process. We can encourage and incentivize de-escalation, extend the urgency to uphold the UN Charter to every file before us, and expand the circle of peacemakers to reflect today's global realities. We would welcome an increasingly representative council and believe the discussions on Security Council reform should move forward with serious intention. Though the path to peace in Ukraine may be arduous, it doesn't license inaction. There is only one sustainable path to a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, in line with the UN Charter and preserving its sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, and the UAE stands ready to support that objective. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency, Ms. Almairi, for her statement, and I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Ma Jiaosu, Executive Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, China's position on the Ukraine issue is consistent and clear. President Xi Jinping put forward 4 points on what must be done, 4 things the international community must do together, and 3 observations. They have become fundamental guidance for China to handle the Ukraine issue. We believe that the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of all countries should be respected. The purposes and the principle of the UN Charter observed. The legitimate security concerns of all countries taken seriously, and all efforts conducive to resolving the crisis supported. In February this year, we released China's position on the political settlement of the Ukraine crisis, laying out 12 propositions including respecting sovereignty, ceasing hostilities, resuming talks, stopping unilateral sanctions, etc. The core message is facilitating talks for peace. China has maintained close communication on the Ukraine crisis with various relevant parties and the rest of the international community. The special representative of the Chinese government on Eurasian affairs has visited countries concerned and attended the international conference on Ukraine in Jeddah. China has facilitated talks for peace in its own way and played a positive and constructive role in resolving the Ukraine crisis. Mr. President,
The Ukraine crisis is still on. The intense situation on the battleground and the accumulating risks of spillover have exerted a significant impact internationally. The Ukraine crisis has become what it is today for a variety of deep and complex reasons. A prolonged and expanded Ukraine crisis is in no one's interest. In light of the current situation, I would like to stress on the following 4 points. First, stay committed to facilitating talks for peace. History has proven that conflict produces no winner, and war cannot solve problems. The pursuit of one's absolute security, all efforts to stoke bloc confrontation will only intensify disagreement and conflict and will come to no good. However complicated the situation or challenging the task, it is important to stick to the general direction of political settlement, help parties concerned to build consensus, initiate talks for peace, and cease hostilities at an early date. To this end, the international community needs to create necessary conditions and atmosphere. Relevant parties need to take a long view, uphold the vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security, respect each other's legitimate security concerns, and promote the building of a balanced, effective, and sustainable security architecture in Europe. Second, avoid pouring oil over the fire. All parties should exercise restraint and not increase or escalate tension. Refrain from taking any initiatives that lead to a steady escalation of the situation, and work to create necessary conditions for political settlement. We should safeguard the bottom line of nuclear security and prevent man-made nuclear accident. Third, manage the spillover risks. The Ukraine crisis has dealt a heavy blow to world economic recovery and global development, and severely affected the world food, energy, and financial security. Developing countries are the first to bear the brunt. Relevant countries should stop abusing unilateral sanctions and long-arm jurisdiction and protect the security and the smooth operation of global production and supply chains. We support relevant parties in maintaining communication with Russia and Ukraine on the Black Sea Green Deal and assuming the deal on the basis of balanced consideration of the concerns of both sides with a view to earnestly protecting global food security. Fourth, ease the humanitarian crisis. In 2023, as many as 339 million people around the world are in need of humanitarian aid, some 70 million more than at the beginning of 2022. The Ukraine crisis has produced millions of displaced people and destroyed multiple important large-scale infrastructure. The parties to the conflict should strictly observe international humanitarian law, follow the principles of necessity, distinction, and proportionality, protect civilians and civilian infrastructure, and provide rapid, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian access in order to lessen the suffering of civilians. The international community and the humanitarian institutions should honor the principles of humanitarian aid and step up efforts to help people affected tied over difficulties. China attaches great importance to the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. At the beginning of the crisis, we put forward a 6-point initiative for preventing a massive humanitarian crisis and have all along played a constructive role in easing the humanitarian situation. We have provided multiple batches of humanitarian supplies to Ukraine. Mr. President, China will stay committed to the true multilateralism, stay committed to an objective and just position, and will always stand on the side of dialogue, on the side of peace, and on the right side of history. We are ready to work with Security Council members and relevant parties to continue playing a constructive role for the political settlement of the Ukraine crisis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Ma, for your statement. And now I give the floor to representatives of Mozambique.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wish to thank the Albanian presidency for convening this briefing. We also wish to express our deep gratitude to the Secretary General for his invaluable insights. Mr. President, it is not redundant that we remind ourselves of the importance of multilateralism, fostering cooperation, partnership, interaction between states based on a shared system of norms and values. Multilateralism also involves consultation, dialogue, inclusion, respect, solidarity, and is guided by collectively developed rules that ensure sustainable and effective cooperation. More significantly, the importance of multilateralism lies in its ability to enable us, sovereign states, to solve complex challenges collectively that they could be not overcome individually. By nurturing peace before, during, and after conflicts, multilateralism contributes to sustainable and lasting peace. It is in this regard that the Security Council must play its crucial role in maintaining international peace and security by facilitating political process, protecting civilians, preventing wars, promoting human rights, and restoring the rule of law. Mr. President, this protracted conflict between Russia and Ukraine constitutes a grave risk to the maintenance of global peace and security. This, in essence, perfectly illustrates the struggle multilateralism faces. Despite numerous international appeals, including from this very Council, we are now entering the 574th day of hostilities with mounting civilian casualties and no clear end in sight. It is indeed a 21st century tragedy unfolding under our collective gaze and the scrutiny of the entire world. This conflict unfolds both on the battlefield and amidst a perplexed and divided public opinion, pushing our contemporary multilateral system to its breaking point. Our multilateral system, as we all can attest, has, despite its imperfections, weathered numerous crises. This ongoing crisis pose a serious threat to this foundational principle of global stability. Not only has the conflict caused immense suffering for Ukraine and its people, but it has also compounded global food security issues, pushing more individuals into poverty and destabilizing regions far from the conflict's epicenter. Moreover, this conflict impedes our joint efforts to reach vital multilateral milestones like the Sustainable Development Goals, which are a focal topic of this year's General Assembly, and jeopardizes our collective efforts toward non-proliferation. Mr. President, of particular concern to Mozambique is the intensification of military rhetoric and the possibility of further escalation. It is evident that the involved parties continue to prioritize military strategies over dialogue and compromise, increasing the risk of severe miscalculations. We maintain that there can be no purely military resolution to this crisis. Should one be pursued, it will weigh heavily on the Council's conscience for a generation to come. We remain unyielding in our advocacy for a political and negotiated end to this conflict. We once again urge all parties to silence the guns, engage in earnest in diplomatic efforts aimed at the swift resumption of direct negotiations. A lasting peace, consistent with the Charter, remains the sole viable solution. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mozambique, and now I give the floor to His Excellency, the Chancellor of Germany, Mr. Scholz.
Mr. President, colleagues, excellencies, It has been almost 19 months since Russia started a brutal war of aggression against its sovereign neighbor, Ukraine. Tens of thousands of soldiers and Ukrainian civilians have been killed. Countless Ukrainian children have been abducted. Russian troops have murdered, raped and tortured. They are razing towns and villages to the ground. They are mining entire regions, turning cornfields into death traps. This war is taking place in Europe, but its repercussions are felt throughout the world. Russia has deliberately removed millions of tons of grains and fertilizer from the world market, which countries around the globe need to guarantee food security. Russia is deliberately targeting grain silos and port infrastructures. And Russia has withdrawn unilaterally from the Black Sea Grain Initiative, triggering more poverty and more food insecurity all over the world. There is no justification for that. Any claims that sanctions are hampering Russian exports of crops and fertilizer are false. There are no sanctions impeding such exports. On the contrary, Russia dominates the global fertilizer market. 2022 was a record year for Russian wheat exports. The reason for the continued suffering in Ukraine and around the world is shockingly simple. Russia's president wants to follow through with his imperialistic plan to conquer his sovereign neighbor, Ukraine. Mr. President, the United Nations has expressed very clearly what it thinks of Russia's war of aggression, most recently on the 23rd of February of this year. The General Assembly called for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace. This demand is directed at Russia. It remains unanswered. Nothing rings out louder today than Russia's silence in response to this global call for peace. Some argue that this war could have been prevented by diplomatic means. In fact, France and Germany have held hundreds of meetings with Moscow and Kiev since the beginning of Russia's attack on eastern Ukraine in 2014. Our aim was to find a diplomatic solution that is in line with international law. All these endeavors failed because one party, Russia, chose war over diplomacy. But there has been no lack of diplomatic efforts. Some call for immediate ceasefire. I acknowledge their good intentions. We all want an end to the killing today rather than tomorrow. And yet we must beware of seemingly easy solutions that promise peace in name only. Peace without freedom is oppression, and peace without justice is a dictate. In the resolutions of the General Assembly, we have laid out the path towards peace. Peace means respecting the UN Charter. Peace means respecting the territorial integrity and political independence of Ukraine. That is the promise of UN Charter gives to every United Nations member state. No one longs for peace more than the Ukrainians. The peace plan that the Ukrainian president has laid out is proof of that. The recent meetings in Copenhagen and Jeddah were important. This work should be continued. It should be continued in the pursuit of one goal, finding peace that respects the principles of the UN Charter. Mr. President, the more decisively we rally behind these principles, the more determined we are in pushing for a just peace, and the more united we are in our rejections of Russian aggression, the sooner this war will end. The sooner this human suffering will end in Ukraine and around the world. This goal is worth our utmost efforts. Thank you.
I thank the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, His Excellency Mr. Olaf Scholz. There are still a considerable number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting, so I intend, with concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 15:30 or 3:30 p.m. for our American friends. So the meeting is suspended.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. Service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters.
Majesty, please. Monsieur Président. Your Majesty, to the right, everybody please. To the right.
mais je n'étais pas du tout là, t'es bas. Merci.
J'ai déjà envoyé, ouais, ça passe très mal. Je vais aller à la moto, ça passera mieux. Je vais dans la salle de presse, Ouais. Quoi? Je sais pas. Cyril? Ouais, merci. Bien, regarde. Ouais, merci. Bon, allez, les gars.
Oh, is there? Yes. I think I'm going to he's leaving soon.